Okay, I'm calling to order the Historic Landmarks Commission and Plaza de la Guerra Advisory Committee joint work session of May 7th, 2021.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. I'll go ahead and take the roll call for the HLC first. So I'll go ahead and start with Vice Chair House.
Here.
Commissioner Dordan.
Here.
Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Edmonds is absent. Commissioner Lundvik.
Here.
Commissioner Mahan.
Here.
Commissioner Manuel is absent. Commissioner Uli.
Here.
And Chair Grumbine is here, but he's running late. So now I'll take the roll call for the Plaza de la Guerra Advisory Committee. I'll start with Chair Sneddon.
Here.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Here.
Commissioner Drury is present. Commissioner Edelman is absent. Commissioner House is present. Commissioner Harmon.
Here.
Commissioner Longstreet.
Here.
Commissioner Peterson.
Here.
Commissioner Perry is absent.
Present.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Perry is present. And Commissioner Reed is absent. Thank you.
All right, and at this time, we'd like to open up the floor for public comment for any item that's not on today's agenda. So if you would like to give verbal public comment and you would like to talk about something not on today's agenda, please click the green hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak when staff calls on you. And I'll just confirm with Ms. Ternovskaya whether we received any written correspondence for items not on today's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton and commissioners. We have not received any general written correspondence for today's agenda. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. And I do see one hand raised by Anna Evers. Anna Evers, I'm going to unmute you.
Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, great. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. My name is Anna Evers, and I represent the owners of the building at 726 State Street and 725 De La Guerra Plaza, the building that's right next to Historic Plaza. And it's come to my attention that, right now there's a planned public restroom up against our building there. And I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you to everyone that, for working on this project. And I can see it's pretty complicated, and the design looks really beautiful. I just want to express it. I feel it's important to keep the Historic Plaza passageway to De La Guerra Plaza open and inviting to pedestrians. I feel very strongly that a public restroom, if it's got open space next to it, homeless are going to be expected to be congregating there. And we've historically had issues with this. This building's been in our family since the 1970s. And we've seen different things brought into the placita to try to decorate it, such as the Christopher Columbus statue, but it had to be removed because it was attracting homeless, and I think it's a real concern. Any narrowing or visual blockage of the Placida passageway can cause tourists to feel uncomfortable passing through there. And I think that the purpose of it is to be the entryway into the new De La Guerra Plaza. So I just think that we might want to look at relocating the bathroom because of these issues. And I also would request that before the city goes any further with plans to place public restrooms in the Placita, a study of the effects of the existing public restroom at Cannon Perdido and State Street needs to be conducted. I think that from what I understand, it's causing some issues with homeless encampments there in front of Marshall's and the theater. So I really think it's critical to have a study conducted about the effects of the restroom being placed there.
Thank you, Ms. Evers. Your 2 minutes is up, and note that we will have a separate for public comment specifically for items on this agenda. So if you'd like to give additional comments about the De La Guerra Plaza project, you may do so when the time comes, which will be soon. All right, I don't see any other hands raised from the audience, so looks like Mr. Chair Grumbine is here. So Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to you if you're ready. And we'll go ahead and read the project description. And then I believe staff, Ms. Kennedy, will have a brief presentation.
And if we could do a brief introduction of the concept of today's work session. I think both Mr. Grumbine and I will be co-chairing the session. And Mr. Grumbine, I don't know if you've had a minute to settle, if you want to speak first, or do you want me to begin?
Just before you get going, I apologize, chairs. Announcements might be in order, and I have one, and that is I have to leave at 2 o'clock for another meeting, so I'll drop out of the conversation wherever it happens to be at that time.
All right, sounds good. Can you guys all hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I have some tech issues, but I am coming to you from the David Gebhardt room because there was a gas leak near the building next to us. So we were evacuated.
You're breaking up, Mr. Grumbine.
Chair Grumbine, we lost your audio there.
Seriously broken up. Can't hear me
First
at all.
time being back, so I'm looking forward to eventually coming back here. So, and sorry about that. Tech-wise, we're trying.
You're still going in and out.
There's poor cell coverage in that room, so it might not work.
I will go ahead and introduce a little bit of the concept of what we're hoping to achieve today. And as Chair Grumbine get situated, I'm sure he will also add in. I believe that what we're looking for is a holistic approach. This is an invitation from the De La Guerra Plaza Revitalization Committee, and this was the idea of BB Longstreet, Commissioner Longstreet, to have a work session, to have a genuine invitation for input to a better project. We're not looking for consensus at this time, or this shouldn't be considered as a project approval or anything like that. It's really a dialogue, and I'm hoping that the De La Guerra Plaza Revitalization Committee can take your conceptual input moving forward. And we're here to be able to answer your questions, whatever they might be, and without the constraints of the formal presentation to HLC that's already happened. And then we'd also like to be able to ask you questions about your thoughts on some of the major elements of the concepts. And this is a high level view, and we haven't tried this before. And I'm really hopeful that we can build on this workshop approach, and that it will have the best possible project outcome. And that's the goal today, is to have a structured but open dialogue about the plaza that we all care so much about and have high hopes for.
All right, can you hear me now, Chair Snedden? Oh, great. Okay, I caught most of what you were saying, but I just dialed in, so this should be good now. So, sorry, we had a gas leak in our building, next to our building, so I had to evacuate, and I'm at the David Gebhardt room now. So, first time back in a long time. So, all right. So, how should we start here? Do we have? I know there was some announcements already. So, should we just dive into the and there was public comment. So let's dive into the proposal or the staff presentation.
And we'll hold questions and comments until the end. We'll get all the way through the presentation. There's a lot there, and we'll pick up from there.
Yeah, and actually, let's go over that a little bit more, because I think just in terms of, like Chair Sneddon was saying, this is different than we've tried before. This is a very complex and extremely important project. So we're trying to make this we're trying this out as a way of having more of a dialogue and discussion and working ideas back and forth in a discussion fashion. So as we go through everything, we're going to basically reset back and kind of work our way through after. But first, this is kind of the full presentation so we have our heads fully into it, and then we'll go back through and cover things. And I think in terms of process, this is obviously a big, in and of itself, a big project and very complex. So we'll start with the biggest, most broad brush strokes, and then we'll work on get into the weeds and things like that as we have time, but we'll try to stay towards the big broad brush strokes first, because those are the most important ones to kind of give some direction and give some thoughts to. So, all right, with that.
And Chair Grumbine, just for the record, if you could please read the project description.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is for 20 East de la Guerra Street, Plaza de la Guerra. This is concept review. So the Plaza de la Guerra revitalization project involves raising the entire plaza as well as de la Guerra Street between Anacapa Street and State Street to be level with existing sidewalk. Proposed improvements include new landscaping, splash pad, restrooms, kiosk, arcade, stage, art nodes, lighting, and trash recycling. The 2011 Historic Structure Sites Report accepted by HLC found that Plaza de la Guerra is eligible for listing as a City of Santa Barbara landmark, eligible for listing in the California Register of Historic Resources, and eligible for listing as a significant cultural landscape in the National Register of Historic Places. Surrounding Plaza de la Guerra are City Hall and the California Pepper Tree, the News Press Building, Casa de la Guerra, and El Paseo, all designated city landmarks, and the Placida Building, aka McKay Bothan Building, that is the designated structure of merit. There's no final appealable action will be taken during this hearing, and the goal of the joint meeting is to discuss and reach consensus on general design direction regarding each topic listed in the HLC staff report dated May 7th, 2021. And the project was last reviewed on February 17th, 2021. All right, so with that, Mr. Hess.
Great, thank you, Chair Grumbine. Thank you all and welcome. We appreciate your time and energy in this joint work session. It's going to be long, but I hope, as Chair Sneddon said, hopefully it's going to be very fruitful. Just to reiterate, the goal, really this is a collaborative setting where we can openly discuss the items, each topic, hoping to reach consensus on general design direction for the design team to pursue. That's our goal. Again, this is a discussion, we hope. So next slide, please. So here's our agenda for the day. And again, thank you for your time. As you know, and for those of you listening in on this discussion, our design team has been working on this project for over 2 years, and the advisory committee has been meeting for nearly 18 months. And over those 18 months, the committee has met 10 times to provide direction and guidance to the design team that included an enormous amount of input from the public, personal perspective and expertise, perspective from the board or commission that they represent, and taking in the history of this plaza and all the work that has been done before. A concept plan was shown to City Council on February 2nd. The HLC had a concept hearing on the same concept plan also in February, and provided substantive comments to the design team. Subsequent to that meeting, the advisory committee met again to discuss those comments received from HLC, and this joint work session has come about as a result of that discussion, and realizing that this project would really be well served if these two groups could get together and discuss the different perspectives. So again, thank you for this unusual collaboration. Our RM will be taking us through the presentation, beginning with the design influences and the overall mindset for this project. We'll go through the revised concept plan that actually will be new to in many respects from what all of you have seen previously. And then following that, Chair Grumbine and Chair Sneddon will lead the discussion where we will go through the design elements and the features. Next slide, please. So before RRM jumps into the presentation, I wanted to once again go over the guiding purpose statement that the advisory committee created for this project. And it reads, De La Guerra Plaza celebrates and honors the historic heart of our city and provides the flexibility to serve our community's diverse social, cultural, historic, economic, and environmental vitalities. This is also a reminder that each design criteria or concept or idea that was considered for the plaza passed through this filter of whether it met these 5 vitalities. And it's really been helpful and provided all of us with a touchstone of what is important. Next slide, please. So here's a list of items. This was in the staff report, and this presentation will generally follow this sequence of topics to discuss. We're going to go through the presentation pretty quickly, and we will come back to this list and the corresponding slides to begin the discussion. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Leif McKay and Debbie Rudd from RRM to take us to the presentation. So thank you again.
Thank you, Brad, and good afternoon, everyone. I can't see everyone, but I assume you're all there. We're excited to be back with you, presenting the next step in our process. Before I get started, I'd just like to take a moment to introduce our team to you all. RRM Design Group is a multidiscipline design firm. We practice statewide, but we do have an office just a couple of blocks away from the plaza. Our design approach reflects that multidiscipline structure and draws on our various experiences and backgrounds. So I'm a landscape architect, and I focus mostly on the design of public spaces. Debbie Rudd, who you'll meet a little later, is an urban designer who's been a primary designer on many of our plazas, including Ojai and Mission Plaza in San Luis Obispo. And Deddy Pikett, who I think is probably familiar to a great many of you. He's practiced architecture in Santa Barbara for close to 4 decades. Both Debbie and Deddy, that could get confusing, Debbie and Deddy have traveled extensively throughout Europe, studying plazas and great public spaces. The designs we'll share with you today are a result of our collaborative process within our team. So our challenge has been to hone in on a quintessentially Santa Barbara design. The reference images you see on your screen are renowned plazas in Spain, and in some of our meetings, many of these are referenced as benchmarks, and they all do provide us inspiration, but we aren't really seeking to replicate any one of them. Rather, what we need to capture is the Spanish colonial tradition in a way that responds to this particular historic site and responds to the community's needs in the 21st century. Some of the key relevant observations from these spaces is that they're relatively uncluttered and simple. The active zones are generally around the edges and usually related to some sort of food, cafe, restaurant use. And they frequently have a sculpture and or a fountain, which is generally the only element in the center of the space. Next slide, please.
Over the last 30 years, our design team has studied plazas and public spaces, how they work, how they function, what makes them successful, what will activate them, what will make them timeless. And some of us have lived and worked in Europe and studied these plazas on a day-to-day basis. And anytime we're designing a plaza, we start by using some key design principles to design successful public spaces. Some of these are classic principles that come from William White and Jane Jacobs, and others are through our observation and designing and building these plazas. Next slide.
So just a refresher, this is plaza that you last saw and that we received a lot of constructive feedback on. If I can summarize very, very succinctly, the comments were it's too complicated and needs to be simplified. So we took that to heart, and today we're going to show you, next slide please, the next step in our design evolution. It represents a rethinking of the plaza as a much simpler, restrained layout. But the program and key features, however, are all still there. Really what you're seeing is a different approach to the overall layout. We're excited by this plan. We think it's a positive step in responding to the feedback we received. We certainly feel that it honors the Spanish colonial principles with active edges and a calm, uncluttered center. And it feels like Santa Barbara. I hope you agree with that, but I guess we'll hear later. It's a space that the community can come together in to celebrate, engage in civic discourse, and simply relax in the off times. Next slide, please. The design improves upon the previous one in the way it engages with the casa. So this slide is really focused on highlighting that. Subject to the trust's approval, and we've had trouble touching base with Ann Peterson, but that's background. We're proposing to remove a portion of the central pony wall that runs along at the back of the sidewalk there. Visually and functionally capture the casa courtyard as a grounding element of the overall space. So we would choose paving materials of similar tones as the decomposed granite courtyard, and really make that one sort of foundational element at the north end there. You can see with the shift in the layout, the geometry is now off center in the plaza, which results in an interesting edge condition along City Hall. So it's the geometry is responding to the sort of foundational architectural element there. It's just centering it neatly in what we have to work with. We've continued the aesthetic of the street in Spain along
Mr. McKay, you're breaking up quite a bit. I don't know if other people are getting incomplete concepts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe scoot closer to the microphone, Leaf.
I'm pretty much on top of it. Is it still bad?
That's better.
Better.
I wasn't having too much of a problem with it.
Well, interrupt me again, Chair Sneddon, and if I need to, I'll try to put some headphones on.
Okay, thank you.
Where was I? So we've continued the aesthetic of the street in Spain. You can see in the red arrow at the top there, and continued that out into the plaza, all the way along and around down Stalk Placida to have a continuous design thread all the way to State Street. We have ADA considerations to work with, so the paving wouldn't exactly match the street in Spain, but it would effectively match it with modern detail. At the south end, the redesigned water feature provides a counterpoint to the casa. So you've got this very simple balance from north to south. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. I'm going to walk through some of the main elements over the next few slides, and I'm going to move quickly because we have a lot of content, and we can always come back if you feel like you want to readdress anything in particular. So the first item is going to be the arcade, which is the top right, if you all recall. Here's a sketch view of it. It's set at an angle which is reflective of the old adobe that's sat roughly in that vicinity. The purpose of it being in the plaza is threefold. Most importantly, it fills a gap and completes the plaza, which is really a key element in creating a sense of place. Secondly, it screens the parking lot, which is unsightly. And third, it provides a really beautiful backdrop and infrastructure for performances and other uses that we know the plaza will play host to. This particular concept is based on the forms of City Hall, but it's freestanding, so it doesn't encroach on it and also not obscure the historic adobe wall, which is between the two. We haven't really developed architecture for this structure beyond this point, but it just got recently added to our scope. So we will be endeavoring to do that in the near future. Next slide, please. We also spent some time exploring for architectural cues and motifs that we could draw on and draw from to give the designs some very specific Santa Barbara context. Most of these images are from the courthouse. We zeroed in on the quatrefoil, which is a recurring feature in various places around the city. Shown in the top middle is a good example of it. And it also is an especially traditional form for fountains, including the one directly behind the Casa in El Paseo, that photo at the bottom right. Next slide. So we took that form and adapted it into the new interactive water feature at the south end. So the image on the right is the proposed design. The photos on the left, which you've all seen before, just illustrate the intent of utilizing flush-mounted nozzles that can become part of the pattern, but when the water's off, it just reverts to public plaza space. It's really an interpretation of a traditional fountain, but it's functional and more sensitive to today's concerns of water conservation. Next slide. The public speaker comment at the start of the meeting were well noted. We do in fact show a restroom at that location. That's if you're looking down Stalk Placita. Next slide. We're envisioning it just a block at this point, but a very simple shed roof structure. It would also house mechanical equipment for the water feature. The interior, you can see a photo there, it has some high-tech functionality, including self-cleaning and self-monitoring. So that can help some of the common misuse of public restrooms, not all. Next slide. There'll be trash receptacles distributed around the plaza for convenience, but in addition to those, in lieu of finding somewhere to keep dumpsters, where we've been exploring the potential for underground solutions in these two locations indicated, which will provide central collection points, primarily for businesses, so they don't need to store food waste in bins behind their restaurants, for example, which is contrary to our goal of creating a pleasant environment. Next slide. That's just an example of how the structure works. That whole unit gets hydraulic lowered, so it just becomes part of the pavement surface. And we work with the aesthetics of all the visible components. Next slide. Next, we're going to touch a little bit on paving materials. This is just a sampling of paving treatments in the immediate vicinity of the site. Just for some reference points, you can see there's a fair variety. Bottom left is the street in Spain view as it enters into De la Guerra Plaza. Next slide, please. So our proposal for you to consider today is primarily a mix of flagstone and brick. The flagstone is shown continuing on from the street in Spain. You can see at the top left there. It'd be reflective of it, but detailed to be accessible and ADA compliant. For the main field of the plaza, we show a lighter earth tone brick, and perhaps some larger format pavers you can see in the middle photo there. I do need to note that in prior meetings in the advisory committee, brick was not a favored material. But we're nonetheless bringing it back to you today because we do feel it meets a lot of our needs, and we'd like you to consider it. It's durable, it's an authentic material. It can take the traffic that it's going to need to take, and if we set it on sand, it can be removed and replaced over time for maintenance reasons. The water feature area, at the south end is the one area that we're suggesting a higher degree of ornamentation, maybe around the framing that inner circle or something like that, something to the effect of this mosaic. Next slide, please. I apologize, that image inset's a little glitchy. This is, so maybe you have to use your imagination a little bit. This is supposed to show the flexibility that brick would give us. In just a couple of different colors, we can really utilize pattern, directional changes, and like square versus rectangle to break up the larger spaces in understated ways. You can have quite beautiful textures and with very little subtle differences. Next slide. This is just a slide to sort of illustrate that without stark contrast in colors, you can get some beautiful effects. And this is the sort of thing where we'd like to explore for that central area. The photos on the bottom, Debbie's going to refer to a bit later with that sycamore leaf. Next slide, please. We didn't mention lighting the last time we talked. Anne Kale is our lighting designer for the project, and she prepared a wonderful scheme for previous iteration of the design, which is what you can see in the background of this slide. Ignore that. Her overall intent is still valid and eventually will be brought forward into final concept. But just in summary, her vision is to replace the existing lights, which are indicated in purple, with new multi-headed fixtures shown in yellow. So in doing so, that would create more light uniformity and a sense of comfort and security at night. Next slide. And I guess you can all look forward to a future meeting when Anne will present a full vision. She has a variety of very cool ideas to give the space really a second life after the sun goes down. This was a before and after the previous scheme that hints at some of these ideas that are very interesting. More to come on that. Next slide, please. Everyone's favorite topic, utilities. A schematic to show that we do need a smart plaza for the 21st century. So there's going to be a lot of things happening underground. Shows how the utility corridor could be aligned with the brick banding on top. And so we could have these kind of almost utility corridors that you inevitably need to access pipes and wires over time. And that would allow us to do that in a controlled area that could be replaced without looking like patchwork. You also see that some other water issues we have to address. There's a storage tank for the water feature and also stormwater for the whole plaza. We're looking at creative ways to deal with that, given that the site has almost no percolation, the natural soils don't. So we're looking into some strategies for that. Next slide.
An important design principle, which is also one of our 5 vitalities and part of our purpose statement, is honoring and celebrating the history of this. We want to do that. We want to creatively integrate art and history together and do it throughout the plaza. And one of the ways we're proposing to do this is through a series of bronze medallions, which are inlaid flush to the paving. You can see in the left-hand corner, there's the bronze leaf inlaid into some brick paving, what kind of gives you an example. These would be circle medallions or square medallions. These would start at State Street. So you're walking down State Street or Anacapa Street on the sidewalk, and you see a bronze medallion, and you look up and it catches your eye, and then you see that there's a trail of these that draw you into the plaza, and that would be at Stuart Placida and also on De La Guerra Street. The yellow dots, they're enlarged so that you can see them on this slide. Is the yellow dots would be these smaller medallions, maybe 2 inches to 6 inches, that would pull you into the plaza. And these would have symbols, some kind of historic symbols that would lead you to the historically, to the red purple dots, which are in front of each one of the historic structures, and would give you some information about each one of these historically significant structures. Then the small medallions would lead you to the red dots, which are more of would give you the overall history of the plaza, of the casa, of the Chumash. And so it ends up being a fun discovering treasure hunt for kids and adults as you're walking through the plaza that would lead you from one location to the next. Next slide.
Thanks. I put my headphones on. Can everyone hear that?
That sounds better, Lee.
Okay, thank you. This slide is the trees. They're now placed in a deliberately less formal way. We had lots of interest in a more random approach to this, and so now we show olives as the predominant species. That's shown in the green, with pink trumpet trees as accents, but it's mainly olives. We like the way they provide a living transition from the casa into the plaza at the right of screen. That there's an existing old olive tree right near the sidewalk in the casa courtyard, and our idea was to sort of pull that out into the plaza, almost like the remnants of an old olive grove. Next slide, please. For those of you who aren't familiar with an olive tree, there's a photo of one, and the pink trumpet tree. Okay, now I'm just going to run very quickly through a series of sort of renderings, artistic renderings of how these spaces may come about. We've got a couple of these, so I am going to go through relatively quickly. This is that sort of olive grove effect near the casa. That's the casa wall on the left, and the existing olive tree on the far left. So this would be looking down De la Guerra Street. Next slide, please. As you come out of the street in Spain, this would be your view down sort of along the City Hall frontage. Next slide. This is the long view down the plaza. This helps to illustrate the engagement of the casa. We're actually standing in this view right in the middle of the casa courtyard, and it really shows this beautiful uncluttered long view of the plaza with the sort of active edges all the way through. That's the news press at the very end, and you can see that there's a chunk of the existing wall missing to help facilitate that connection right in the foreground. Next slide, please. This is the same view, but that sort of black square in the center is just a kind of a shape to indicate what it might look like if an art piece, some sort of vertical art piece, were introduced into the center of the plaza, how it would affect the space, positively, negatively, or indifferently. We just wanted to bring that up because art incorporation into the plaza is something we're interested in discussing. Next slide. That's the arcade, almost standing in the center of the plaza, looking towards the City Hall and then the new arcade. Next slide. The sort of vibrant cafe scene along the back of the existing restaurants, so that the historic scalloped wall is, you can just kind of make out in the background there. Isn't it the before shot in the corner? And then as you walk, next slide, thanks. As you walk into the plaza from Stalk Placita, just as you turn the corner, this would be the view you would have. So that's the casa in the background there. And this is the sort of southern end with the interactive water feature and sitting opportunities all around. Next slide.
Directly in front of the historic adobe wall between the City Hall and the arcade, we're proposing a family gathering zone. That's where this red square is, and then that arrow is kind of the perspective that you're going to see on the next slide. Next slide. This is a passive activity zone designed to attract families and children. And there are no obvious play structures. Instead, there are a series of stone cubes seating for different heights. So there'd be 6-inch heights for smaller children, larger ones for adults. There'd be 3-foot square ones for to allow for lunches and gathering of more than one person. And these stones are reflective of the old historic hitching post, like the one shown here in the right-hand corner from the Mission Santa Barbara. And the picture next to it shows you what that kind of stone might look like. That's bigger stone than what I was thinking for the plaza, but you can see it's kind of a play on geometry in this area. And then we're also introducing a singing stone, also reflective of that hitching post. And this would be a fun and interactive play element. But again, it almost feels just like an art garden, and not a play area. But it could be a place where families say, let's meet at the singing stone and have their lunch, and children can play in a semi-private area. Next slide. So one tool that many cities have implemented to spur activity and make their public spaces more socially vital are adding a small kiosk for food and beverage refreshments. And because De La Guerra has only a couple restaurants that face onto the plaza and the desire to add vitality to the plaza, we introduced this concept early on and had many, many discussions of the pros and cons with the advisory committee. In the end, we, next slide. In the end, we decided not to build it now. We looked at, throughout the process, we looked at different locations. We looked at putting it closer to De La Guerra Street, so you would see it as you walk down De La Guerra Street. And then in the end, the committee decided not to build it now, but to plan for it and plumb for it at the end of Stork Placido, where that dashed red box is. And that's the proposal today. Next slide.
All right, thanks for your patience, everyone. We're nearly home. We just have a couple of slides here to show you that we've started working on the City Hall end of the plaza. It's shown here in the yellow. This was also added a little bit after the initial scope of design. We've been coming up with some concepts that are less evolved than the rest of the plaza. Next slide, please. But the thought is to almost create this interesting secondary plaza space that might be great for, you know, like taking a respite out of an event or something like that. Next slide, please. We're also looking at ways that we could have some limited City Hall parking that could be controlled for various uses. Next slide. And this is some very familiar images that we feel like would be inspiration for how that space might feel. Next slide. With this type of a plant palette, and in fact, this plant palette could be extrapolated into the rest of the plaza. Each of those trees has planting around the base of it, and we imagine it looking, having this type of a character. So that concludes, I know that was a lot, but that concludes the sort of the walkthrough of the plaza. And now I think I'll hand it back to Chair Grumbine or Chair Sneddon and to lead the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, so Chair Sneddon, I think we probably should go to public comment now, appropriately. So why don't we go to public comment here? Chair Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine, Chair Sneddon, and commissioners. If you'd like to give verbal public comment, now is your opportunity. Please click the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel as shown on screen, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. And to clarify, this is available for those attending by webinar. All right, as we wait for hands to be raised, I'd like to just confirm with Ms. Ternovskaya whether we received any written correspondence regarding this project.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton and commissioners. We did receive written correspondence from Sullivan Israel, Francesca Galt, Susan Chamberlain, and Lanny Ebenstein, and these correspondences were distributed to the commission prior to this meeting. Thank you.
And if
Okay,
commission
thank you.
committee members could come on screen during public comment, that would be welcome.
Thank you, Chair Snedden. And just a note, I am seeing several what looks like public comment in the questions pane. So if you have entered one of those in, please do give verbal public comment during this portion of the meeting. Those questions are not monitored for public comment. So just to clarify that. All right, I see several hands raised. We'll go down the list. So currently I see Robin Ellender and John Chaffee with hands raised. So Robin Ellender, I'll start with you. All right, you're unmuted. You have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robin Elander, Executive Director for Downtown Santa Barbara, an organization that supports and promotes over 1,300 businesses in the downtown corridor. I want to commend you all for all of the time and energy you have put into this project thus far. It's obviously very well thought out and wonderful to think about the civic elements that will bring this all together. I wanted to just comment on some things that I have heard from our community and also ask a couple questions. I know that you may not be able to respond to me directly with these, but just some things for consideration. One concern is security for this space. It's a beautiful space and it will probably be used significantly by the public. But as you know, there's a lot of challenges going on downtown with homeless individuals, as well as just a need to have eyes on the street. And I think this is going to be a really important way to keep that safe space and welcoming to the public. Also, your design does take out probably a minimum, maybe 50 or more parking spots around the plaza, as well as on De La Guerra Plaza. And a few businesses have raised concerns about this. It's also a loading and unloading zone for area businesses on State Street. And so I'm wondering if your plan accommodates for that on De La Guerra and how that may work. I did see some renderings of trees on De La Guerra Street, and I just want to make sure that there would be space for going around it. Also, I'm curious how much input you have received from groups that normally use the space, such as Fiesta and others. The beautiful splash pad is actually where the main stage usually is, and any type of driving that would need to take place to unload major equipment may just need to be considered as to how much weight something can take in that space. So some things to think about, but overall, congratulations on what you have put together so far, and thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elander. All right, and next up is John Chaffee. John Chaffee, I'm going to unmute you, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That's John Chaffee. We own the building that's currently the Supercuts and the Ironwood design that's in the back. That would be in the southwest corner of the plaza. We are very concerned about the localization of a bathroom there. That may eventually be a restaurant. The upstairs will eventually be residential. We having people congregate in that area, slamming bathroom doors, homeless people congregating there would really be detrimental to us and to Ironwoods, our businesses. So we're recommending that it'll be in front of City Hall where you had that rest area where people can kind of take a timeout. That would be a good place for a bathroom. Also, it's closer to where the families will be gathering, and families will be wanting to be near a bathroom with their young ones. So that would make sense to have it there. So please reconsider the localization of the bathroom. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaffee. And Once again, just open the floor for public comment. I don't see any additional hands raised, but want to give a few seconds for anyone else who would like to speak. Okay, I'm seeing a hand go up and down for Mary Williams. I'm seeing a hand for Dennis Whelan. So Mary Williams, I'm going to unmute you. And you have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I too am John Chaffee's sister. Our father, Dr. Chaffee, has owned the Supercuts building for over 40 years. We are currently in the planning stage for trying to help accommodate the necessary low-income housing for that area by building out our building. And the construction aspect should be coordinated with our construction efforts in order to not have anything conflicting on that adjoining wall if you opt to not put the bathroom where my brother suggested, which I think would be the optimum location. We as a family are willing to work with the city in the floor and footprint of our building, maybe giving up some of the back where Ironwoods is in lieu of a few extra feet towards the plaza area, which would be much less impactful for the entire plaza if we were able to expand out 2 or 3 feet and you got the rear of our building. The plaza would remain virtually as wide as it is now, minus 3 feet. And we're hoping that somebody can reach out to us with our architect and see if there's any way to coordinate the efforts to get a much better plan for that particular narrow plaza, which adding the bathroom where you do creates even a narrower visual out to State Street. And we want to encourage people to come out to State Street too, where the businesses are supporting Santa Barbara as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I do see a hand from Edith Caldwell and Dennis Whelan. So Ms. Caldwell, I'm going to call on you. Okay, and Edith Caldwell, you'll need to hit your microphone button in order to be able to speak, but you are unmuted and you'll have 2 minutes.
Is that it?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. I have the business on the corner of De La Guerra Plaza, and I'm very, very concerned about the splash pad because all the children will get in the water, they'll get sopping wet, they'll have to go back to their hotels or back home, and it's a splash pads are really fun for children, but they're really big hassles for parents. And considering so many children come here from elsewhere, I really feel strongly that a splash pad is not the best idea. And I've sent all of you a video and a suggestion for a play structure done by Evan Shively, who's up in Marshall, California. So I hope you look at it. I hope you like it. I think it's the perfect thing for here. And I hope so. So, and also the other thing about a splash pad is even when you turn it off, it still remains wet. So people are going to be walking across it and walking into businesses with wet feet. There are a lot of problems about splash pads. That's all. Thank you for your efforts, by the way. It's going to be very beautiful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And last commenter with their hand raised, Dennis Whelan. Dennis Whelan, I'm going to unmute you. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I would just like to take the opportunity to encourage all members of the committee to focus on the historic aspects of the plaza. The examples that were shown were all from major cities in Spain, and I would encourage you to look at those in New Spain or Mexico, which have a decidedly different character, specifically those of Morelia and Almargo, I think are much more similar to our city of Santa Barbara. And again, respecting the history of the place, the paving might reflect the current outline to reflect the changes that are proposed. And more than anything else, I would hope the project would have a very light touch. And that might eliminate such things as the brass plaques, the splash pad, and other things that I think draw away from the character and give it a more commercial look that one might find in Paseo Nuevo. And finally, a suggestion for incorporating new elements such as the restrooms and the trash cans into the arcade might make more sense, and relieve the visual impacts, and perhaps even reduce some of the overall costs. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hamilton, is that it?
Chair Grumbine, yes, that appears to be it. I just put out one last call for public comment. If you would like to comment, please click the hand icon on your control panel. And seeing no additional hands raised, we can turn it back over to you for the next portion of the presentation. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And I know if Commissioner Uli's already off. Commissioner Uli, are you there? Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, in that case, I was going to see if he had one thing before he left, but since he's not here, we'll move on. And so let's talk about kind of a framework for this discussion. There's all these points and items to discuss. I think we, rather than trying to go exact point by exact point and getting straw vote and consensus and kind of give strong direction, I think we should talk about sort of the bigger pictures first, bigger picture things. We might get into some of these other more nitty-gritty things, but I think the bigger picture is what we sort of need to work from the general down to the specific as the most helpful way of helping the project along and giving good feedback, as well, just in terms of the structure, to have it more of a sort of a dialogue. So questions that we have and discussion that we have about sort of different general subjects, I think will be very helpful and useful. As well, what we want to hear from the Plaza de la Guerra commission or committee, what a lot of the thinking was as well behind it, and some of the public discussion and public desires for things, so that we're kind of looking at and taking into consideration everything sort of in a holistic way. So if that sounds like a sort of good general idea, I think maybe we start in that way. Does that sound good to everyone? Is there or any other better ideas on how to tackle this? And if everyone can turn their cameras on, that would be good too.
Well, I'm wondering, Chair Grumbine, if people want to have their cameras on if they're going to speak, or if we want to have the cameras on and then we signal with raising our hand, or how should we organize that part?
Yeah, do we have a hand raising function? Us HLC members aren't. Yeah, exactly. We go old school. We do the historic hand raising. All right.
Well, let's give that a try and see how that works. And I think it'd be helpful to have, I mean, our committee meets all the time and has plenty of time to talk about all of these individual features. And I think if we could start with a round from HLC of just where we can really just listen and hear what the concerns might be or the questions, and then we can maybe respond from our committee point of view.
Yeah, that sounds good. Give background information and discussion and thoughts from the committee. Okay, that sounds good. So HLC members that are here, can you turn your cameras on? Because I was having technical difficulties when we were starting this, since I wasn't fully hearing who was here. So, is that Commissioner Mahan? Are you the black screen, or is that someone else? Okay.
I think it's. So I have a black screen.
Okay, great. And then Commissioner Drury, are you here by phone?
He was.
Thought I had heard him earlier. So okay, well, okay. So let's start with a discussion of sort of some general things first, questions about things too. So and hopefully it can be more of a dialogue and questions, and then kind of come to what the commission has sort of can give direction on. And so if we can go to, okay, we'll go through this list real fast just so that we have it officially read, and then we'll tackle the bigger ones first, I think. So arcade, the arcade element, interactive water feature, public restrooms, underground trash enclosures, surface materials, ADA, lighting, utilities, stormwater management, planting, artwork, and kiosk. So maybe we'll sort of pick the bigger picture ones, which are, it seems to be sort of the overall plan and surface material pattern, that kind of the overall plan of it, as well as the plantings. I think those are kind of part and parcel as a big picture. We can kind of tackle the site plan. Specific pieces like the arcade would be nice to discuss, especially the larger ones. Things like utilities and let's see, ADA and even lighting. Those seem to be, and stormwater management for sure, those seem to be pieces that can be handled later. And even artwork to some degree, because I think you kind of get the big brushstrokes down first, and then you can kind of infill with those other ones. And underground trash enclosures, if we have some time as well, if people want to kind of at least weigh in on general thoughts about it. And then if that sounds good, let's kind of go that route. Is that everyone good with that kind of general discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I may interject for a moment, has Mr. Uli made this escape?
Yeah, he has.
Oh, that's too bad. Did he get comments in? I had to step away for a moment.
No, I asked him. It was right at 2 o'clock, and he must have just stepped out. So
okay, well, that's too bad. Okay, thank you.
He said he agrees with whatever you say. That's what he said.
Yes, I'm sure. All right,
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, I have a question. I have a couple of questions that I could start off with.
Okay, sounds good. You want to go site plan?
Well, I just look at this list here, and
okay.
My first question is, what is the purpose of the arcade? What is the function?
Yeah. Okay. Good. I had a somewhat question. So does someone want to tackle that? And then also, let's go with the function, the thinking behind the design, just sort of all in. What's the thought process that's happened to it to get to this arcade, and how is it going to be used, and what's so great about it?
What is its function?
Does someone from the design team want to jump in? Yeah, Leaf or Mr. McKay or
Leaf's fine, thank you. And Betty and Debbie may want to weigh in as well. But when we first looked at this plaza, we identified that edge as a kind of a missing tooth, if you will, in creating an enclosed plaza. It felt like it kind of fell away through that edge. Not to mention, there's a parking lot there. So we felt quite strongly that we needed to sort of do something on that edge for a sense of enclosure and completing the space. That was the primary driver. There are a few side benefits, we believe. One is, it does provide for this kind of nice little smaller scale performance area. And it's also a place we can hide utilities like electrical stuff. It's like it serves some utility, but I would say the primary purpose was to fill that missing tooth.
And if I could just
so with a vertical surface, basically, because you're basically trying to create an enclosed plaza room, an outdoor room, and that's an open wall, right? Or that's an opening in the wall. Is that
correct? And it's okay. It is transparent. It's not a solid wall. You can see through it, but it does provide some sense of an edge.
Yeah. And
is there a stage? Is there a stage in one of the site plans? It said a stage. It said something about a stage in that area. Did I see that correctly, or is there no stage in the arcade?
You did see that correctly. It may be better characterized as a small platform. It's a maybe 12 to 18 inches high. So it's not a stage as you might expect to see at Fiesta, for example. It's smaller scale, and that it's right in front of that arcade. So for a smaller performance or event, that would be adequate. And then you have the arcade in the background.
And I would just add that when we met with the people from the Fiesta and talked to them about where they locate their stage now, how would they feel about locating their stage here, they like the idea of the arcade. It actually gives them a back of their stage by having it right out front of the arcade, where they could have people changing in the parking lot and coming through the arcade. So it created that extra benefit as well, kind of being a backdrop to a permanent stage and a backdrop to any kind of stage that they wanted to bring in if they wanted a larger stage.
Can we go back to the list again? I see a couple of other items that I had questions about. Yeah.
May I add something there also on the arcade that it will have, usually when there are public events or public engagement and there has to be a microphone set up and speakers and a platform, this would be the venue for that instead. So it would already be, rather than bringing that all in every time, it would already have the electrical outlets for that and facilitate that public space in that way also.
All right.
I had a question about the surface materials. You showed two slides. The first one looked like a stone with brick. Yeah, there, that's it. Stone with brick, with a brick border. And then you followed that. You showed another slide with a different kind of a pattern. What wasn't it? That one there. Which are you proposing? Or are they both being integrated into this design? I didn't understand that.
Yeah, I think it's one idea. So that the previous slide was just a look at the color and the actual material, and the second one, which I apologize that the quality of that image is terrible, but it was supposed to indicate the way we would use that material, the way we could lay it out in different patterns to create some visual richness.
So is the first one more? Is the first one what you're proposing? I still don't understand.
Well,
are you proposing this one or the first one?
I think we're proposing them that they're the same thing. One is, if you go back a slide, that is the actual raw materials, and then the next slide, which is doing a poor job of showing how they could be used in a pattern.
So this slide is about the pattern that those bricks would form on the outside, and that stone-like material would form on the inside of the carpet, let's say.
Yeah.
And so sort of like a border pattern, and then the infill pattern. One's brick, one's some sort of a stone material. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So the lighter is stone. Is the lighter is stone, and the border is brick? Is that what we're seeing?
Roughly, yeah. There may be the lighter one may be a combination of stone and brick, but essentially, yes, that's correct.
Let's see. Go back to
I think part of this discussion discussion is about what is HLC's thoughts on these different possibilities, right? On different patterning, on different strategy. Of surfacing, with wanting it to be like the Spanish the street in Spain, but the street in Spain's all not ADA acceptable. It's all bumpy, and it also has a pattern that's more random. This is so this part of this whole discussion of what pattern and between brickwork and stone or something else that you're trying to get to work here. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not commenting. I'm just asking questions right now.
Yeah, and part of it. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to say the idea would be this wouldn't be brick like you see on State Street or in Paseo Nuevo. This would be, we could do this brick in 8x8 squares. We could do this in 4x4 squares, and we know we want to do it a different color. We heard that loud and clear from the advisory committee, but we're thinking some kind of paper. And the idea of the infill would be, it would be in the same texture or tone as what you see at the Casa, the DG that you see at the Casa. So visually, it feels like it pulls out the Casa out into the whole plaza.
Okay. See the list again. I'll see if there's any other questions I have, and then somebody else can take over on questions. Yeah, let's see. So the surfaces, lighting, utilities, stormwater planning, artwork, kiosk. Yeah, those are, well, those are, I guess the public restroom. Have you considered, are you really fixed on that particular location at the corner there of the Placita? Or is there some flexibility? Is there some flexibility on that particular locating the restrooms?
And to add to that, if you can go to the site plan, what are the what was the thinking behind placing it here? What were the other areas considered, and why were they eliminated? Kind of get the thought process behind the restroom location and kind of how it ended up here, and the considerations to it.
Yeah, can you go back to the site plan slide? So we did look at a number of locations for this restroom, and we spent a lot of time thinking maybe over here by where the arcade is. But the idea, after interviewing a number of people who were with the events, the idea of putting the restrooms right next to where the event is going to be taking place, they felt like it would be better to locate it away from the stage area, away from where that event was. So that is what pulled us away from this area. We looked at different, pushing it closer to where the underground trash is proposed on Stork Placida, or pushing it back. We looked, Leif, do you remember some of the other locations? I mean, the buildings along here, there aren't a lot of locations that we could put it along a building, because most of the buildings have windows and openings and doors, and so we don't have a good location. We can't put it in front of the historic adobe wall and block that adobe wall. So that eliminates that location right there. So honestly, there are not very many great locations for this restroom.
And actually, to add to that, can you explain where the property line is for the city's property of this project?
I can.
Okay, great.
Yeah, are you, Chair Grumbine, are you referring to specifically within Stork Placita, or are you talking about the entire project?
No, actually, I was actually thinking more so about City Hall, the adobe wall, and then that back parking lot wall, and what's shown as a hedge on the back side of the arcade, and sort of where's the property line starting and stopping? What does the city actually have control of in that way?
Got it. So the parcel line, you start at Stork Placita, if you follow the outline of the landscaping, and then from the upper right corner of what we're seeing right now, that would go all the way over to Anacapa Street in the parking lot. From Anacapa Street, it would go up Anacapa Street to basically the corner, including the front of City Hall, come back to the what's now the upper left-hand corner of, actually, let me stop there. It goes all the way through across the plaza to the Botham building, and then across to the right back to Stork Placita. That's the parcel. But the city also controls the street, De La Guerra Street, as the right of way. So while one's a right of way and one's a parcel, the city controls all of it.
So to follow up with that, so in theory, the parking lot behind the adobe wall and behind the current arcade, that's all owned by the city. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So in theory, was that looked at as a place for the restrooms to go somewhere, taking up some of the parking lot or using the parking lot in any way, or was there a reason why you were we're putting the arcade into the plaza and also the restroom, not putting it somewhere behind?
So it's a great question, Chair Grumbine, because we did look at that area, which is basically be in the City Hall portion of right behind the arcade of that parking lot. There were two reasons. One, more practical in dollar sense, is that It's actually where some adobes were. So when you start looking at trenching for utilities, trenching for sewer, you are immediately into a phase 3 for that specific location. But more importantly, I think, is that removes, in a way, the access to that restroom from anyone who could potentially need a public restroom off of State Street. Then it would really be focused primarily on those that are in the plaza and know of that restroom. The reason that Stork Placita, I think, became a little bit more palatable is there are no public restrooms in this area anymore. With Nordstrom going away, Macy's going away, you've got the Cannon Perdido with Marshalls, which is problematic. And there aren't any other public restrooms besides for city halls. So the idea is that we would be providing a space that not only could be used by those within the plaza, but also that could be accessed off State Street. And putting in the high-tech gear inside makes it a lot more user-friendly for everyone, which will hopefully not have the same problems as those in other public restrooms. So that was some additional thought process.
Thank you,
Good.
Mr. Chair. Those are my questions.
Okay. Other questions? And actually, let's staying on here. Actually, this is a good one to be on. So let's talk about sort of the overall layout. We can start with questions, but really, when we go into comments, I want it to be more of a discussion thing so that we can have kind of back and forth with the applicant and we can kind of give good direction on where that we want things to go. So, all right, but yes.
Could I suggest, so after a round of HLC questions, I think it would be nice to invite members of the De La Guerra Plaza Committee to maybe share why a certain element was particularly important to them, or what were the thoughts from the committee of certain elements, and then maybe we could go into discussion after that.
Sounds good. Yep, let's do that. All right, so Commissioner Lenvik.
Thank you. I wanted to make some general comments as opposed to getting really specific, and we can come back to specifics later. I think the current plan we see is a great improvement over the prior plan for a lot of reasons. And I think one of the reasons is we're getting closer to the period of significance that was identified in the EIR for the 2011 study. And we are also more respectful of, I think, the simplicity for the plaza. I think one thing that bothers me is that we seem to be forcing uses in the plaza as opposed to letting the people define how the plaza is used. We're forcing uses because we are we're putting in a water activity. We're putting in seating cubes. We're putting in art displays. And I think that we should probably not be trying to impose uses here, public uses, where the plaza is going to find out what's best for themselves, for itself over time. I think that the stage area is interesting. I think it's at the arcade. I think it certainly is, planning wise, it's in conflict with the water use. The two aren't going to work together. I think that the existing palm tree that's being kept is right in the middle of a view shed to the plaza and where the stage would be. I think if one thing should be done, it should be finding another place for that palm tree, and making the plantings that are going to go into the plaza more regular and more formal as opposed to informal and irregular. I think that the restrooms, I think it's a study which maybe we should keep working on. I think it's unfortunate to put restrooms at a key corner of the plaza and the placita. I think the restrooms should be someplace else that are kind of, I won't say out of sight, out of mind, but certainly not in the major public way. And I would hope that would be something that can be looked at a lot more seriously. I want to compliment the designers on getting some parking, minimal as it is, on De La Guerra Street on the east. I think what's going to happen is City Hall's main entry, which we see today, will no longer be the main entry. The main entry will be where people can come from their parking and get in the closest door to City Hall. And I think that has to be kept in mind, and the designers have probably got to work to making a more formal or more identifiable entry into City Hall. So with those comments, I will come back and speak later time on specifics, but I'll let it go at that.
Yeah, but do you have any questions about especially those particular items that you're mentioning? I mean, we'll get into the discussion, but is there any particular questions you have about those items in terms of the?
I think if the designers hear what has been said by myself and maybe others, they'll get the idea. But you know, there's a randomness about both the selection and the tree placement, and I think that a formal plaza needs to be more formal.
So yeah, actually, I had questions about that. So similarly, so what is, and because I had the same feelings in terms of formality or organization and order, and looking at the old, this isn't the first time the plaza has been designed, right? So in the last 100 years, there's been an awful lot of designs for the plaza, none of which have been executed, or only in little tiny pieces, fits and starts, and sort of, a flag got put up this year, post World War II or whatever, and there's lawn put in at one point, and there's the leftover trees, palm trees from before when the city hall was right in the middle. It's just sort of this hodgepodge of leftover pieces of various times. And, you can see George Washington Smith's designs, you can see all these different designs. But one of the things that does seem to sort of resonate throughout most of them was, and which makes sense at the plaza, is order, right? So, and sort of an establishing an order. In this case, things have seems to be sort of minimized, which seems to be cleaning things up. But at the same time, there also seems to be this sort of randomness that's been brought in. And in the renderings, it seems to show up as well, even more so, because you see the planters being accentuated with trees, and trying to find like what is the order and what is the what's important in this plaza when it comes to the landscape or the plantings. It seems to have sort of gone a little more random. So I wanted to know if there was what was the process or thoughts behind it, and why was the palm tree left? Why are these and then also to the choices. So that goes to the choices of plantings of olives and plantings of the pink trumpet. Was it an aesthetic? Was it a useful? Was it shade? Was it what were the reasonings behind? What was the history? What's the palette and why? So that there's the planting question that I had that is tied to what Commissioner Lenvik is, I think, some of his comments he was saying. So do you want to take a shot at that in terms of kind of explaining that background and thought process?
If you're talking to me, I would say no. Let other people talk.
No.
If you're asking the architect, I don't know what he's going to say.
No, that's the landscape architect and the architect. And actually, I would cue it with one more thing. I don't know if you have had a chance yet to watch I think it's 1999 Plaza de la Guerra Reconsidered discussion, and that whole symposium was put together to discuss it. But one of the interesting points made that I hadn't heard before, but yeah, there we go. Yep, Commissioner Lenvik's holding it up, which is perfect. And then there's the City TV put it on and that is available now. One of the interesting points that I thought was I hadn't ever thought before about it this way, which they brought up in the discussion, was that European plazas are these and European sort of the treatment of landscape or pre-modern times is the sort of the wild gardens are outside the city, and within the city everything is sort of stone and cobble and brick and built, and the nature isn't brought into the city much, and that is a shift with American plazas or American cities in a great way. And that is shown, and the slide that was shown at the time was, I think, State Street, and maybe it was Carrillo or something. But it was talking about, the speaker was talking about how bringing the garden within the city and sort of in a different tradition and development of this combination of the garden and the wild nature coming into the city, but being organized. And so along that kind of thinking and that line of thinking, the plantings are now acceptable in plazas where all the examples that you showed from Spain, I don't think there was a tree in sight, right? So, which is an interesting thing. So what is the plaza in Spain? What is the plaza in New Spain? And what is the plaza in Santa Barbara? And what is the De La Guerra Plaza to Santa Barbara? And how do the plants relate to all those things and the plantings? So, all right, there's a bazillion questions in there, but I'll let you jump in now. Sort of some of the background I think that needs to be discussed. Oh, and Commissioner Jordan, pile on.
First of all, I want to say that the staff report and the presentation that we just got were very, very good. So I have very few questions. I have comments, which I'll hold for a comment period. But I do have one question about art and public art. And I assume that the city of Santa Barbara has some sort of commission or process for vetting public art. My question is, have they considered, is that adequate, or should there be a special task force just to deal with the issue of public art in the plaza?
All right, to city staff or to the applicant, or to anyone who knows the answer to that question?
Yes, Commissioner Jordan, and I definitely want to come back to the sequence of landscaping. So let me quickly answer this, and then Leif can answer the question on the landscaping process. Yes, I've been in touch with a number of groups, one of which, the county and city arts are combined. And the idea is that there are multiple voices that are going to need to speak into what actually goes into this plaza, what it should look like, what stories they should tell, how do we culturally represent everyone, and that's going to take an entire process in and of itself. So your question is excellent. We've started the discussions, but I've reached out to a number of those within the Chumash community, and again, it's going to take its own process. So what we're presenting are just concepts and just ideas, but we will definitely come back to this, and there will be something far more formal than just a haphazard placement.
But we need not resolve that, correct?
We do not. Okay. No, we do not. Thank you for the question.
Yes, and taking a couple off the list.
Yeah.
Right. We just we simplified it a bit. Good. Thanks, Commissioner Jordan. Any other questions, Commissioner Jordan, related on this before we? Okay. All right, let's go to the plantings questions.
So Leif will answer the planting questions, but I did want to say, yes, we did take a look at the symposium, 1999 symposium video, and we have that book, and we have gone through that book again and again and again at the beginning of this process and all the way through this process. So yes, that very helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let me try to address some of those questions about the trees. Let me know if I forget anything. We've gone, this conversation has gone full circle a couple of times during the process. Originally, we did have a very orderly layout, and it kind of related to the paving pattern that we had. So I think people may have reacted a little bit adversely to it because they connected it to the paving pattern. There was pretty strong sentiment from the advisory committee that they didn't want a monoculture. They were interested in diversity of species, and there was this kind of debate about creating a more park-like setting or creating more of a formal plaza setting. So we have talked about this a lot, and perhaps the committee members would when they get a chance to speak, might want to talk to that a little more. So this is kind of a result of quite a lot of input we received, a desire for more randomness. We heard that quite clearly over the course of a few meetings, which is how we arrived at this. The palm tree is in an inconvenient location. We actually have brought up the idea of moving it several times. That Post Hazeltine are consulting with us on the project, and they felt quite strongly that because due to its age, moving it would need to be very carefully considered. They didn't outright say it couldn't ever happen from their perspective, but we just need to have a very good think through that topic. So we have imagined it not being there for sure, and we're interested in hearing what other people think about that.
Okay.
I will just you make a good observation about the European plazas versus the American plazas. And we looked at Bryant Park, for instance, as one of very successful plazas. And one of the things, oops, I think I just got cut off.
Oh, we can hear you.
Hear me? Okay. So whether it's a formal trees along the side or informal, I don't have a really strong feeling. I think the advisory committee had more of a strong feeling, but I do have strong feeling about is shade. And we looked at different ways to provide shade in the plaza, and shade is a critical component that needs to be addressed. We looked at going back to history, how did they provide shade in the historic photos. In the end, the advisory committee really felt strongly that trees were the best way to provide the shade. So we ended up increasing the number of trees to do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions regarding the plantings, or actually any of the other key items or key discussions? So there's trash enclosures. Let me just see if is there anyone that really feels strongly about the trash enclosures, the way in which they're handling them underground? Obviously the above ground ones will need to look like, proper Santa Barbara trash enclosures. But in terms of the general approach of what they're handling and where they're handling it, is there anyone that feels strongly about the trash enclosures? If not, then we'll try to kind of leave them off the main items for now. Okay, I didn't think so. I don't feel they're underground. They're good in that sense. Okay, how about the kiosk, the food kiosk one? Was there any questions or wanting to go? Well, any questions, especially about location, because obviously it's not being actually proposed right now, but they are proposing that location. My initial question, I think I know the answer to it. It seems like it's so you can catch your eye from through Stork Placida from the State Street in terms of seeing the kiosk, and also catch your eye from and bring people in from other parts of the plaza over to there. Is that the reasoning in general for that placement, or were there other key reasons to place it there?
Well, I'd encourage the advisory committee to jump in. One of the key components of why I'd want to have a food kiosk there is it attracts people. Food attracts people. If we attract people, any place where we have an activity attraction like a kiosk, that is where you end up getting the type of people you want to be hanging out in the plaza, and you get a lot less activity that you don't want to see hanging out at the plaza. So having it near the restroom actually could do some good. It might not be my first location choice, but I think that advisory committee had some when we looked at it in the center of the plaza, there was concerns that it might block views. And so we had it kind of at the edge of De La Guerra Street, in line with that diamond shape that's on the screen. And the concern, I believe, was views. And the concern was, what if we don't like it? what if it ends up being vacant? So we did go out and talk to a restaurant to see if they would be, is this something you would be interested in, a local cheese shop? And they did. And so we think it's a viable concept, but I think it seemed a little too risky for the advisory committee at this point.
I see. Commissioner Lendrick and then Ms. Wiscombe, I think were you going to add some? Yes, great.
Responding to the kiosk, I think it's a great idea. And I agree 100% that will be an attractive feature in the park. What I disagree on, however, is the location that you selected. And I find it surprising that the restaurants and coffee shops on State Street would want to have that competition there. I would think that this kiosk ought to be located closer to the city, over towards De La Guerra Street, closer to City Hall, someplace that is not going to be creating a competition to the current businesses on State Street, but will be another attraction within the plaza. So I think it's a great idea. Location's wrong.
All right, Ms. Wiscombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment on it. Commissioner Reed, Barrett Reed, could not be here today, but I do recall a discussion that he led at our committee meeting about that particular area. He grew up here, and that particular Stork Placida being a very scary place when he was a kid. And I think our discussion led us to activate that area. It's seen from State Street. Since that time, we didn't want it over on the other side by Starbucks. And I think Mr. Hess would come in and comment on the archaeological disadvantage of having it over that way, but further north. But the idea was to activate that placita. And so that was one way to do it. Where the committee struggled and finally decided just to put in the infrastructure was the use of it. We don't want to compete with the businesses on State Street. And now that Starbucks is leaving, I guess that's a possibility that didn't exist when we were discussing this at the committee level. So I hope you find that helpful.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Vice Chair House.
I would just like to add one other recollection that hasn't come up yet, that I think it was discussed that having the kiosk adjacent to the restrooms served as a deterrent for the wrong element to hang out around the restrooms, as long as there was more activity associated with a kiosk, which obviously isn't going to happen all the time, but there did seem to be some rationale to that.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions about these key elements? In terms of the water feature, the interactive water feature. So and I know that the verbiage has changed a bit from splash pad, and I know there are different types as well. Being a father who has children who run at every water feature there is and typically fall in it or track it around. So has there been any additional thoughts since the last time we were here, and in terms of how it might play out, considering it was the one feature that most of the commission did not look favorably on, and was there any thought in making it be more favorable or potentially more favorable to what the commission might like?
So I'd love
go ahead.
for Chair Snedden and the committee to weigh in on the reasons they really wanted it, but I did want to quickly point out that the size of it has been greatly reduced from what you saw originally, and we tried to make it disappear a little bit and make it a little bit more feel more traditional, with reflecting some of the elements that we found on County Courthouse. And then I also wanted to clarify, there was a comment about the water. This would not have to be turned on all the time. It could be turned on only on special events, only on weekends. It's flexible like that. So when it's not turned on, it's a beautiful seating area. So with that, I'd love to hear more from the advisory committee.
And Chair Grumbine, I would like to add, and I'm sure that Commissioner Longstreet will want to comment on this also, but this was in the committee's impression of watching the presentation to HLC, that we felt there was a lot of misunderstanding about what this feature was, about whether we would consider a raised fountain or a larger feature. And we're here to answer this question. This is one of those really big questions that we want input on and to be able to dialogue with you about, because there are some on the committee who feel very strongly about this feature, some who are more neutral, and it's one of those that we're not sure it's really understood what it is, that it's at grade, it's not on, it's really different elements to it that it could or could not be, and that's we're a little bit stuck there about not knowing how to move forward. And we really want to be available here to you to answer any questions about that and to talk about it.
And maybe as we do talk about it, if we could, Mr. Bolton, if we could also switch to some of the perspective, or whatever the best perspective is, to be able to see it as well. Because I think that we're looking at in-plan, which is good. But now if we can also switch to talk about it a little bit more in some of the other slides that we're focused on. At least it was a black and white perspective that was ahead in it as we continue this conversation. Wait, is it Mr. Bolton who is controlling the slides, or whoever is? Yeah.
Mr. Hamilton.
Chair Grumbine, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Great.
I can go ahead.
Yeah, please. I don't know if we have a good shot of it, do we?
One of the things that the advisory committee was responding to was the public. We heard loud and clear from the public that we need to activate the plaza. It needs to have draws. It needs to bring families, not the activity it currently has. And that was loud and clear. So how do we bring families down there? This is something we can control. We can turn on and off. That allows us to have the big activities like Old Spanish Days. It isn't a piece, something that it isn't above ground. It isn't, we don't have to move it to have another event. So that was, I think, where this came out of, is what could we do that would bring people down on a Saturday afternoon to downtown? We're looking at this for today's families. If you look at all of us on the committee, there aren't too many of us here who have young children. So we have to think outside our own boxes and into what Santa Barbara needs for their families. I have 3 grandchildren that I would take down there. Right now, nothing's happening. It's dead space. And so I just, there was a long public process, or at least an open public process to get to this. And we heard loud and clear that we need to make this a active place for our families. I also, along with the trees, we can go back and forth and back and forth. At one of your meetings, it was they were too linear, then they were too random. We need to just come to some consensus on this for all of us, that we want to finish it. We want it to happen. And I've sat through, this is my second round of this in my 25 years on Parks and Rec. I'm pretty invested that we can complete it this time, that we can come together and have a space that works for our community, because it isn't working right now.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to interject something quickly and then I'll stop.
Sure.
Is there such a thing as
Commissioner Drury, then Commissioner Jordan?
Yeah. Is there such a thing as linear randomness? No, I'm
well, it depends.
This is not facetious.
So I would say it depends, but let's come back to that in a second.
Yes, okay.
Commissioner Jordan, did you have?
Yes, I want to respond, because I've been critical of the splash pad in other meetings. And I attended the March 2019 public workshop about the plaza. And I also, in preparation for this meeting, went through the comment cards and the markups from that meeting. And it's true, people wanted the plaza activated and they wanted to feel comfortable in it and they wanted to use it. But I don't think that there's a design solution or that the splash pad is a design solution to that problem. Because I think one of the biggest obstacles to people coming and bringing their children to the plaza is homelessness. And that's a social, not a design problem. Or rather, it will have to be solved. You can put the splash pad in there, but if the homeless continue to occupy that space, young families will not occupy that space. So that's what I mean when I say the splash pad by itself is not a design solution to that design goal of creating a place where people want to congregate. I also think it's out of keeping with the character of the plaza as the historic and civic center of the city. And I have other reasons, but I'll stop there.
Commissioner Lendick.
Thank you. I think this rendering we see in front of us right now is a very, very big misstatement as to what the plaza will be. It is not going to be filled with people randomly walking around on Tuesday afternoon or even Sunday morning. I mean, it's not going to happen. We're creating a plaza here that is going to be made for special events, I believe, not for the casual everyday activity. The only way it's going to be really busy is if you got restaurants opening up onto it or small shops opening up onto it. You're not going to have a splash pad creating activity that the whole community is going to come downtown to want to be near. Residents of Santa Barbara don't come down to State Street now because of the vagrant problem. They just don't do it, and the shops that are downtown aren't attractive to them. And this rendering is not going to sell people to come down to Santa Barbara, downtown Santa Barbara.
Okay.
Focus a little longer on the fountain. I believe Councilmember Harmon wanted to comment on that, and if there are others, I think that's a really big topic, and still we need to get to the others as well. But just want to make sure there's some time for the De La Guerra Plaza committee members also to share their viewpoints as well.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'll be brief and with sincere and deep respect for those that have a different opinion on this, truly. I just wanted to really second Commissioner Longstreet's comments about this. I have to say I disagree with the commentary that this won't bring young families downtown. I have a young family myself. This is the exact kind of thing that would bring us downtown. And what I would hope we could get to is a place where we can figure out how a feature like this could be made most acceptable. What I love about it is its flexibility, and Ms. Longstreet pointed out how it can be turned off. It's not a constant. I would love to hear from all of you ways that we could improve something like this so you feel it better suits the aesthetic of the plaza. That's just something I was curious about in this discussion, not necessarily so much a hard yes or no. I hear you and deeply appreciate that perspective. I am equally passionate about the need for something like this for our local families and to get them downtown. I would just love to hear if you guys have any thoughts, particularly on ways that it could be improved. Of course, noting and understanding that you don't like it. I'm just curious if there's something that might make it slightly more acceptable. What makes it totally unacceptable? And if you all could speak to that, that would be very, very helpful for me, I think. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think that's a good road to go down in terms of discussion. Do you want any more members right now to weigh in as well as we discuss this, or the members from the De La Guerra Plaza Committee satisfied with the kind of the general sentiments that have been expressed?
I guess we'll have to go back on that. And I wouldn't expect that the Delegate Plaza Committee will then have a time to have our own separate meeting to take into account all of this and make decisions how to move forward. So I think as we have clarifying things that we need to say, I think it seems to be working to just turn your camera on and maybe address them as we go like that.
Sure. Yeah. And it's a continued discussion, but I think I wanted to make sure that we got kind of all the voices heard from the Plaza de la Guerra committee in terms of this particular item, especially in terms of the fountain, of those that really felt they wanted to speak about it. Commissioner Wiscombe, did you want to weigh in at all, or are you good on this on the fountain?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I totally support Commissioner Longstreet's comments and Councilmember Harmon's comments. I want to go back to this and actually look at this rendering, because we were shown on the committee as we got into the process, we were shown an image of a water feature with probably water that was maybe 6 inches high. This rendering makes it look really high, but there are ways, and I'd like the design team to weigh in on this. There are ways to design this so that the water feature could be very, very subtle and allow little kids to lean down and play in it without it becoming a big mess, which, and this one here, you know, I can understand some of the concern from the way it looks, but Leif, you showed us an image of a little kid with you probably don't have that slide with you, but but there are ways to do this, I think, and have an interactive feature that can be turned off, and it can be much more subtle than what this rendering shows. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, along that line, do you want to talk about?
I want to add also to that.
Okay. Sure.
That there was for me, it was a really important consideration of cooling features. I think I really acutely feel the loss of the grass and the cooling effect that has in the plaza. And I think on the committee, we were very decided. I was conflicted, but a lot of the general consensus was that we couldn't support grass in the plaza. And so the feeling of not just shade, but also of moisture in the air, or just a little bit of that element, was something that was appealing to me as well.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Gordon.
To Chair Sneddon and Chair Grumbine, in the spirit of trying to really be constructive, I'll make another comment, which is when I look at the current plan, it seems to me that the plaza is a little unbalanced, and that if that water feature.
Why didn't you use the bathroom upstairs?
I wasn't going to use the bathroom. I needed.
Commissioner Mahan, I think I'd mute.
Right. I think that with the position of the arcade, which I think will be a focal point for a variety of activities there, and the fountain in front of that, and the restroom, is is pulling a lot of things to that end and creating a very strong cross-axis, that moving some sort of water feature, which a lot of the public comment did say they'd like to see a fountain or see something, pulling that more towards the middle of the plaza instead of pushing everything to that end in front of the News Press building, is something to be considered.
And actually, why don't we go to the site plan view now? Actually, speaking of which, and so let's have this discussion on the water feature a little more, and within that context as well. And you're saying, Commissioner Jordan, perhaps pulling the water feature, whatever it ends up being, but just away from and not being in competition with the stage and with the arcade, but really pulling it towards the center more and creating a separate center might be the solution. And before we jump into that, because I think that's a very interesting potential design solution, I wanted to address some of the general ideas of, and this happens regularly, just in terms of going before HLC and actually any design review body. There's a tendency to, when you're giving a critique of a design, and understanding it from a designer's perspective as well, seeing it from both sides of the fence, it's very difficult for a critique of design to actually work out the design on the spot. And there might be ideas for designs, and like Commissioner Gordon was just saying, perhaps try this. And that's what we regularly try to do. We try to bring up ideas, potential design solutions to help the designer do the design. But the reality is, whenever, as a designer, personally speaking, whenever I think there's a great idea, you go and start drawing it, you realize it doesn't work, and you realize there's this other idea, or you try out this, and then you keep struggling with it, and you have to struggle with it over and over and over. And the design process itself is not a simple, easy thing. It takes a lot of revisions and a lot of reworkings. So when this commission, and any commission really, tries to weigh in on a critique and give design critique, sometimes they'll say like, yeah, make it more random, and that might be a try. And then you make it more random, and we say, make it more regular. But what we're really saying is the design isn't there yet. Keep working at it, and perhaps this is one way of doing it. And I think that's a more fair way of kind of looking at it, as we don't know what it looks like because we don't have the drawing in front of us, but perhaps this way might be a way of going. And then to now take the next step with this particular plan, I think that what it's struggling with, I think it's definitely, I'm agreeing with the other comments that have said that this is moving in the right direction for sure. This is definitely a big step forward from the previous plan we saw. And although we're focusing on some of the tougher ones, like the water feature and like the plantings and how they're organized, I think that for sure it's definitely an improvement. And I think that that seems to be across the board sentiment. Now, that being said, how can it improve more? What are some other ideas for trying to point you in a direction? And I think with the plantings, and this goes to the water feature as well, and the organization of the plaza, I think what it lacks right now is a coherent concept, a clear, coherent concept of what is this plaza. And I think without deciding on that, you end up cobbling together little bits here, a little bit there. This tree is nice here. They said more random, so let's do more random. There's this palm tree that's special, so let's save it. And it ends up being sort of this hodgepodge rather than a clear idea of whatever it wants to be and why. And so some of the clear ideas you do have that you're working with right now are City Hall, its frontage, the old pepper tree, and the stage and the arcade, and this way of organizing the public presentations or the public events with that stage, which is a very clear thing. And then some of the pieces that are sort of in conflict or still struggling are this water feature, location, and actually what it is, and as well the planting organization and why. Why are those plants those plants? Why is that tree instead of a different tree? And it seems like there needs to be that strong a concept developed where you have an exact idea of where you're going, what your precedents are that you've looked at, why this is different, and you sort of solved all those bigger picture philosophy questions, and then you can kind of work that out in design. So I don't know if that really will help much, but I think that that's part of where we are. Yes.
If I might, and
Sure.
I realize that
Sure.
Vice Chair House has not spoken yet at all, but I think this is really the crux of the whole issue, is that HLC is looking at the historic, and the subcommittee are vitalities and our questions that we're answering when you ask sort of the why. And we did have Rob Dayton come and help step us through a visioning process. And our why for the subcommittee, and that's why we have so many members from different, Planning Commission and Parks and Rec and different, is because the why for the bigger redesign and revitalization has to do with bringing families, activating the space, updating the usages for the modern times while honoring the historic context. So some of the things like which trees and why have to do with shade or while still trying to honor the more design. So I think this is exactly what we need to bring it all together. But I think we're going to have to balance both of those. And for the water feature itself, I don't know if RRM wants to come on, but we've tried it multiple places, and there are water, stormwater and drainage issues and different resources that
challenges of it. And I want to clarify a little bit more, because what I'm not, and I think HLC does a good job of this in general. We're not just looking at it from historically. We appreciate very much, most of us are professionals that have to deal with very much regular, all this kind of stuff all the time in our, so we definitely understand the practicality, what the program needs to actually, what is the program that is actually needed to be supported and how to maximize it. And so, and I think there's a right understanding, which the commission has started to express, which is we totally get activating the space. And that is, we totally agree with that too. And then the next question is how to activate the space well in a way that is both meaningful. Of course, it takes into the historic, but meaningful, beautiful, well-designed, works well for this particular spot, which just happens to be one of the most important spots in the city. And so we definitely get that. Now, so now let's go into the water feature because of that. It's a good specific example that we need to credit, and probably the toughest one that we need to discuss. I think both the need for shade, the need for cooling makes total sense. I don't think there's any commissioners that are going to say otherwise. And the need for cooling using the water feature, water fountain, however it is, that makes total sense as well. The desire to draw families, I don't think that others will be against. Well, I think a lot of the commissioners, or at least some of them, have voiced that they just don't think this particular feature will work. I happen to think that it actually will be somewhere in between. I don't think it's definitely not going to be like the images are showing us all the time at all. But I do think it will activate it somewhat. So I think I'm in the probably somewhere in between mode. But and it's understandable as an activation thing. But I think the second part of the question is the more important one, which is even if it does or doesn't work, and we can kind of debate it and whatever and disagree or agree on things with that. The number one question in my mind is how can we make sure that whatever this feature is does actually work aesthetically with with the most, one of the most important spots in Santa Barbara, and so this is obviously, it needs to be designed with the most care, and it has to look like it. So in my mind, if you can get it to, when it's turned off, look like a total Santa Barbara scene that's great, then great. If you can't, then there's a different problem. That's in my mind. Others might not feel that even the feature itself, because it's not a traditional historic type feature of a water fountain, you're seeming more skeptical. The other question, and Commissioner Lenvik, I'll jump to you in a second. The other question I have in my mind is there a way of combining it? And this is another thing that, one of those things that's an idea, it might be a stupid idea, but you won't know until you draw it. But is there a way of combining that with a traditional fountain, sculptural fountain feature, like have been proposed before for this plaza, with this ring of whatever water vapor kind of system? So that's in my mind that might be another possibility. Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes, just one short comment. The rendering that we saw showed benches around the water feature, and those aren't necessary for kids to take their shoes and socks off, so on and so forth. But it won't happen. There are no benches in De La Guerra Plaza now, and there will be none when the project is completed, because if they are, they'll be occupied by the vagrants. So there won't be. So are the kids and the parents going to sit on the ground when they change their clothes and so on and so forth? To me, it is a impractical solution to activating the plaza. I mean, this is not going to happen. Those are bums sleeping there on those benches, not kids and parents.
Well, maybe they'll have sprayers in the benches too. Okay, so
if we could refrain from
yeah,
I think
yeah.
Yeah.
No, good. That's a good point.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, I think I don't think we should argue the function. I think we should argue the aesthetics, and that's really what we're supposed to be doing. And I think that the committee has decided to try the water feature. I think we should bless that. If it doesn't work, it'll get turned off. And the keeping people from sleeping on the benches is always an issue. And I think that the applicants, the architects and the landscape architects need to think about that and how they can thwart that function. But I like the water feature in terms of its design, just as a pattern in the plaza. If the water isn't turned on, it just becomes a plaza in the stone, and I think that's nice. I'd like to move away from the water feature and make a couple of other comments.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's keep moving. Do you want to go to the site plan for that?
I would rather go back to the perspective of the arcade, which I find. I mean, I don't have a problem with the function of the arcade. I think it's a good idea to have it there. I want to talk about the architecture, and
all right,
that's really I think is the most important. Yeah, I think that it is too prominent, and it pulls away from the importance of the city hall. And I don't think it should do that. And maybe there's too many arches. There's too many arches. I think it should be much simpler. What comes to my mind is the pergola off of the Libero Theater, which is totally different from the Libero Theater, and it works perfectly because it is different. And I mean, the pergola could have a roof on it. I don't know if it's got a roof. I guess it does have a roof on it, but I think that this needs to be rethought and simplified, and try to complement the city hall rather than mimic it with the arches. I think that's my comment. I hope that the architect would give that some careful consideration and simplify it more.
Actually, to add to that, and then I'll let you keep going, Commissioner Mann, just in that similar thought. One of the things I think that is an arcade wants to be continued naturally. So right now, this arcade is pulled forward from the City Hall arcade, and typically arcades you build your arcade, and the next person next to you builds their front, and they have an arcade, or they have a covered walk, and you can walk from. The pedestrian can walk from one arcade to the next and keep going. And in this case, I think what's part of, and I agree with exactly what you said, but I wanted to sort of add to it in terms of the alignment. The arcade wants to be continued visually, and in this case, it's pulled forward and it doesn't continue. So there's a total disconnect.
Yeah, I don't think we want to do anything that belittles City Hall. City Hall is a really beautiful building and a very important and significant building, and the arcade needs to complement it, but not try to overpower it. So that needs to be considered. The other thing that I want to comment on is the pattern of the stone and the brick. I like the two colors. I think that's really nice. I think that the plaza should have, whatever the material is, it should be large in scale. It should be large in scale, and the brick that goes around it should be, if the larger areas, the stone, the lighter color, if that's a random horizontal and vertical pattern, then I think the brick around it should be a diagonal to that, either a herringbone or a basket weave, but diagonally to it, so that one complements the other. I want to talk about the landscaping. Typically speaking, one would think that the landscaping should be more formal. But when I think about Santa Barbara, when I think about the courthouse, and I think about the the State Street Plaza, we do not do formal landscaping very much. The East Beach, the palm trees are there, but they're all random. Santa Barbara has random landscaping everywhere. And so I think this comes off. Maybe that palm tree that's out in the middle by the fountain should be relocated. I think that might be a nice thing to do. But generally speaking, I think it feels casual, and I think it will feel inviting. So I'm positive about the random landscaping. I think the location of the restrooms is unfortunate. I don't have a good suggestion for that, but I think that needs to be studied very, very carefully. And maybe there can find a better place for it than where it is. Generally speaking, I like this is much better than what we saw a couple of months ago, and I'm very pleased with the progress that has been made. And I think this is going to be a wonderful asset for Santa Barbara. And so those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Members of the subcommittee who want to comment on the trees or the random location of those. I know that I was a big proponent of randomizing. I was not a fan of the overly structured, and I really pressed that. And then I thought there was at HLC comments also about the sort of more fluid, unpredictable pattern. So that would be something, this isn't about, approval or whatever, but I think it would be helpful. I prefer the more fluid, not strict pattern, but if there are members of the subcommittee who want to comment on that as well.
And Mr. Chair, I have some comments to make too.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple more comments that I forgot, and then I'll give it away to everybody else. I think that those stones that people sit on they look too contemporary to me, too square and too Miesian. And those should be, they can have a flat top, but they should be softer in terms of their feeling more like stones rather than cut so square. And I think it's a clever idea, and but they need to be more random in their shape. And one other comment that I had, see. I guess I think that is it for me. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Maybe they can take all the stones from the curbs, the sandstone curbs they've been collecting in the graveyard of sandstone curbs, and make a giant pile to the gods of parking. All right. So to the subcommittee, Vice Chair House, you were on both as well, so go for it. Want to jump in on some comments or?
Well, initially I was thinking that since I am a member of both HLC and the subcommittee, I would just be in kind of listening mode today. But my thoughts have kind of gelled looking at this and hearing from everybody. And I would say Commissioner Mahan expressed, thoughts that are pretty well aligned with mine. But what I would like to comment on is the overall design. I had, at my first meeting of the subcommittee, expressed dissatisfaction with the location of the interactive water feature. I keep wanting to say splash pad, but interactive water feature, and suggested it should be over closer to De La Guerra Street so that it was visible from State Street, and just the activity would help draw people into the plaza. But then it was noted at the subsequent meeting that no, can't do that because that's an area of high density of archaeological resources. So it just can't excavate that area so much. But I do agree, I still don't really like the location of it, and the way everything is kind of lopsided. I noted at the HLC meeting a comment about how a successful composition usually involves an odd number of elements, instead of just 2 or 4 or something like that. This one has an odd number of elements, but they're all different, and they're different sizes, and they don't relate to each other. And I know that the right end of the, to the right of the splash pad, oh, there I did it again, the interactive water feature, you know, kind of reflects the curve in the existing circulation loop. But, you know, I don't think it's really perceived, and I don't have a problem with that, but I think that, you know, if I imagine taking a center line through that water feature and just flipping that design to the other side and making that an element, that's kind of a nice looking thing. And I'm seeing how if there was that element, that geometry, and there was another one at the left end of the plaza, and in the space in between was the splash pad, the interactive water feature, kind of centered on that line from the red umbrella up to where it says Adobe wall. Hopefully we can move it that far without it encroaching on the high archaeological area. But then there's a symmetry, and I think that from wherever you enter the plaza, from either the Placita or from De la Guerra Street, you would perceive that decorative geometry of that band around the elements. And as far as the water feature, you know, as a decorative element, I have no problem with it. If it spouts water, sometimes, big deal. You know, and water sounds are a wonderful feature. And just, you know, even if they don't actually cool the air much, just the sound of water splashing is a very pleasant thing on a hot day. So, you know, and as far as the benches around it, I rather agree that that's kind of a temptation for sleeping and gathering. And there will also be planters around those trees that have a bench height rim around them. And that will serve the same feature as the benches that are around the water feature now. So I don't think we need to have those. And I think if we look at those pictures of the European plazas, you didn't see seating around the fountains. You know, it's just a big, large open plaza. And so I think that, you know, having the water feature in the center would just stand alone by itself because it's just a decorative paving pattern. I think coming up with something that is more reminiscent of a fountain is really problematic, because then we have to, we don't want a pool of water. And if it's something that's statue-like, then that's complicated to get everybody to agree on what that should be. So I think the paving pattern is a nice idea. So the final thing I'll comment on is the trees. And, you know, these are very large plazas in large cities that are larger than Santa Barbara. And I'm thinking more in terms of Zócalos that I've been in Mexican cities. And they're much more informal, and they're, you know, like tree-lined parks. So I think that the randomness of the trees around the seating areas and other areas works perfectly, especially if there was a stronger statement to the geometry of the elements of the paving. So I'll stop at that.
And if we could make some time now for the delegate subcommittee members to come on and share some of their comments. I will, this is a very valuable workshop, particularly Mr. House, the comment you just made about the flipping the feature on both sides for symmetry is how the original one that came to you was. And then this was a response to trying to connect the casa to the rest of the plaza. And it's not there yet, it sounds like, but that's helpful. Yeah.
It did and it didn't, because it was a much more complicated patterning, which I, likened to Argyle socks or something like that, or a plaid pattern. So, this successfully ties into the Casa de la Guerra, but it's got those 3 different size shapes and they just don't relate. So I think that this is going in the right direction. There's more of a simplicity of the materials. And if there could just be a logic to the arrangement of the elements, I think that would help.
I have a question. So speaking of that, was there any discussion in the committee, subcommittee group or the Plaza group about in any way demarcating the original footprint of the original City Hall, or any discussion of incorporating that as a visual element or organizing principle? No.
I don't believe so, no. And if the subcommittee members would like to come on, I think that would help us facilitate discussion, that we're to see who is all here. And we are going long, I realize too, but I think this is very valuable with time for discussion. And I just want to make sure that HLC has a chance to hear from committee members who are here as well.
Great. Who wants to jump in on their thoughts on what you're hearing so far? Yeah, thank you. All right, Ms. Wiscombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have a lot to say. I've really benefited from this discussion. I will say that the trees, we struggled probably with 3 meetings on trees. Originally, they were all one species, and that species isn't even being shown anymore. They were Palo Verde trees. My recollection is that someone at your commission or public comment at your meeting recommended the olives, which I think several of you thought was a great idea. And my other recollection, we went through the very formal looking plan for trees, and then we went through, no, we'd like them to look a little more random. They were too orderly and too lined up, and more opportunities for shade, as Councilwoman Snedden said, for cooling effect. And so, and I believe that at your meeting, which I did watch, you had the same thoughts, that they need to be a little bit more random. And I personally think they look great. I think this is a lovely plan. I think that the designers have done a really great job. I would like to really hear from Leaf about some of the comments, just the question now about City Hall. There was some discussion about City Hall, but I don't exactly recall what it was. But I think it would be important to hear, if that's all right with you, from the designers about some of these things that you're talking about, because I think these are all great concepts and great ideas, and I do think we're making progress. So that would be my thought. Maybe some of the other committee members want to weigh in first, but I think a response from the designer, the design team would be warranted on some of how we got to some of these things, because they've been through every meeting with us. So thank you.
All right.
Cheers.
Leaf?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wondered if you wanted me to weigh in now or
yes,
wait.
Please. Yes, please. Yep.
Commissioner Wiscombe, I'm not entirely sure I was following you there. Can you just kind of clarify what you're interested in my feedback on?
Well, I think there was just a question about City Hall. We had some discussion about the importance of City Hall and the old footprint, et cetera, but I don't remember, and I think it was a pretty brief discussion. Do you recall what that was? That was just one of the questions. And then I'd like to get to some of the things that Commissioner House just, suggested about changing some things around and moving some things. And you know, the feasibility of doing that, because I know that, you know, I know we have some archaeological issues at the north end of the plaza. So, and you know, we want to keep the design, what's the word? We want to keep the design, the utilitarian aspects of the design for ease of access to all the underground elements that are going to go in. So if you want to give your thoughts, if you don't, I don't want to put you on the spot now if you don't, because I know you're probably taking copious notes, but and you know, maybe talk about the trees a little bit, because we did go through both designs, you know, the more linear design and then the more random design. So
yeah,
why don't you start with the trees?
Okay, I'll start with well, let me just quickly touch on the question about the footprint of City Hall. The design team definitely did discuss that at one point. I don't remember if it ever saw the light of day or not. Maybe it did in conversation, but was never drawn. It never really gained any traction with our team because, gosh, I can't even recall. It's a while ago. It's quite large, and it felt like it wouldn't really relate very well to the design. The scale was problematic. It's quite large, and it may not have been easy to interpret what was going on. So we did look at it, but we didn't explore it at any length, I would have to say. In terms of the trees, I've liked it in both ways, to be honest with you. I did like the order. That was our original intent, and we had kind of a row of Palo Verde at the time, which there's examples of that further up De La Guerra Street. This random sort of approach to it, I think it was, who was it? Maybe Commissioner Mahan. What he said really resonated with me about how a lot of the landscapes you see around Santa Barbara are a bit casual. They do have, and I feel like that translates quite well to this space. I like the casual informality of that edge. I think it softens it and plays. It's an interesting play on the pavement, which is orderly, even though it's much more simplified. So I quite like it. I've become fond of it. When we first drew it, I was a little unsure, but I think it works quite well actually, and it makes that edge feel casual and comfortable.
Okay. Other of the Plaza committee that want to their 2 cents in about what the discussion's been, Ms. Wiscombe, and then we'll go to Ms. Longstreet.
I'm sorry. One more thing that I wanted Leaf to just this came out of, this was one of the committee discussions too, was the planter benches, the walls where you could actually sit. Leaf, I think you told us that they're very narrow, right? They're suitable for sitting, but they're not suitable for much of anything else because of their depth is they're not very deep. Is that correct? Am I recalling that correctly?
It was more so that the radius makes it not very conducive to laying straight on. And we had some other sort of techniques where we could put sort of metal armrests periodically, so it breaks up the linearity of that top. And you probably could make out in some of the renderings, we're actually proposing in some areas to put actual bench tops on there with a back in sort of different areas, so that that's more comfortable formalized seating. So the intent was to certainly try to break up that top surface so it wouldn't be easily laid down on.
All right, and actually along this image, can you go to a few more of these perspectives around, because I did have I wanted to want to discuss these benches a little more in terms of their, maybe keep going. And keep going. Sorry, I think there might be one in particular that I'm thinking of. I just can't remember where it is. Maybe this is fine. In this kind of showing both, I guess there being the mix between the trees in the, I guess in the De La Guerra Street, having no planters, and then and the other ones have these raised planters. Is that how the organization is with these trees? Oh, I think you might be muted.
Yeah, that's correct. The ones in front of the casa wouldn't have a wall. That would be a conflict with what's happening behind it. Our goal here is, you can see we've alluded to stone walls. Currently, it's kind of a generic looking plaster pony wall. This idea would be to extend the stone sort of wainscot that the casa has, and bring that element out for that wall. And we certainly don't want to put something different in front of it. So the olive trees would
Actually, I was talking about the trees, the two trees that are freestanding, that have no planters, are just flush with the road, that are those are in De La Guerra Street, what is De La Guerra Street right now, right?
That's correct, yeah. And they would be in sort of a decomposed granite at grade tree well.
Okay. And then now is the difference between these trees and the other trees that are on to the right here that have a raised planter, is it that those trees, why do these trees have no raised planter? Do all the trees have raised planters, or some, or what's the logic between the raised and not raised?
All the trees in the plaza proper have the raised planter around them. The only ones that don't are these ones that are immediately in front of the casa, because we felt like that was a conflict with the existing wall.
Leif,
I guess the renovated wall. Yeah.
Leif, maybe you talk about our concept of, we wanted to really pull out the DG that was in the casa, but we know it's not practical to pull that out into De La Guerra Street. But one way that we could visually do that is put the DG in these planters. So you see the DG in the casa, and then you see this DG coming out in the planters, and it kind of another way to pull that concept forward.
Right. Okay, thanks. And now I'll because this is sort of a discussion mode, if we can go back to the site plan now. So to me, this in my mind, this blocking of the visual street of De La Guerra, and I don't know. Okay, so here I'm seeing one tree, one looks like olive tree out in the middle of De La Guerra Street, what is currently De La Guerra Street, and then there's another one. Are those is the rendering accurate, or is it? Oh, maybe it's just they're two together. I'm just not seeing it in the site plan because they're blurring together. Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
So in my mind, that De La Guerra Street should still visually be the clear street that it is, because the buildings are still there and the visual is still there. The sort of the grid, right? So it seems like that should be with plantings either reinforced in some way, but definitely not ignored in terms of putting something visually that blocks it. So that would be one of my comments. I don't know if other commissioners, as a discussion point, agree with that or not.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair
I
House.
would comment on that would make sense to respect the view corridor down De La Guerra Street, because that was such a big issue on Sola Street. So the same applies here.
And okay, and then the other, and to kind of add to this discussion of ordered or regularized versus more random. And I would say, in partly in response to Commissioner Mahan's point of like the palm trees or things like that in Santa Barbara, and the landscape and the sort of haphazardness. while I agree to a certain degree, and the courthouse is sort of the extreme example for sure, but I do think that there should be a little bit more order, and maybe it's as much as the trees don't come out into a certain point of the plaza line, whereas right now they're just sort of haphazard, and maybe they're haphazard, but they all stop, or at least those that come forward the most stop along a certain point to reinforce the geometry. But it seems like they're ignoring it, and because they have these planters, they're ignoring it with a vertical large piece as well, which when you look down that line, you're going to see the planter pop out. It won't be the tree that really jumps out at you so much as the planter that's sticking into your view and sort of cutting it off. So I don't know if other commissioners agree with that as well, and whether tucking it back, and they would basically just take the top two trees that are basically stepping into the plaza more and pulling them down, and just sort of keeping them all within a certain certain hardscape or certain line delineation. I don't know if you guys agree.
Chair?
Yes.
I've only spoken once, so can I hold forth for about
speak away.
hour and a half? I think it's I wasn't being facetious when it's the concept of random linearity. You have within a certain boundary, you have random planting, but they do stop short so that the Casa stands proud to the west, and the News Press building stands proud to the east. And I think that what has to be understood is that as the sun moves across the sky at any time of year, you're going to create shadow patterns on the trees themselves that are planted and now, we hope, growing into maturity, and they're going to cast shadows on the ground. And I think that the planting should be as lush as possible, cast as much shade as possible, because I think one of the draws of the plaza that's in the passive mode is cool and shade and a place for people to rest. And I think when you take the traffic off of that block of De La Guerra Street, and people see that there's not these big curbs and not these deep gutters on the Casa de la Guerra side, but a completely level playing field, I think people will be drawn to that just because of that. And they'll be maybe just curious at first, although there'll be a big fanfare if this ever happens in our lifetime. And it'll become a central city park, so to speak. And I think that the idea of activating it should be done very cautiously. I agree with Commissioner House's comment about I would move that water feature to the middle. I think that's what Commissioner House was suggesting. Am I correct, Commissioner? Yeah. I think that's a great idea. I think it needs a locus. I think the plaza is a little bottom heavy, and I think it needs a locus. And I think in front of City Hall, or slightly actually in line with that historic adobe wall, I think it's the perfect place for the water feature. I also don't think that what's it called? Those arches east of City Hall, I think they're too overblown. I would like to see something very simple structure. And I think that the idea that there might be a little nook area with trees and places for people to relax with their children, I think that's a really good idea. And that's pretty much what's been building up for the last hour and a half. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Right, thank you, Commissioner Drury. Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, one more comment. Looking at this site plan, I think it would be important to pay homage in some way in the pattern of the plaza, to pay homage to the Street of Spain. You can see that you can see where it's supposed to be. I don't think it's as narrow as it's shown on this particular site plan. The Street of Spain is probably about 15 feet wide or so, but somehow there should be, the pattern should connect to that. The Street of Spain should connect back into the plaza in some way. The pattern should make that happen. The landscape architects and the architects need to work on that particular idea, because the Street of Spain is very, very important to this area. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you. And Commissioner Mahan, I think just to your point about the size of the street, I think the is not necessarily a total plan, but the roof overhang of the model or just the roof overhang in general is cutting it off. So I think it's like perspective. Anyways,
Dr.
all right.
Peterson, could
Oh,
we
yeah.
hear from Dr. Peterson,
Yes.
please?
Thanks, everyone. I'm really enjoying the discussion. I have a few comments with feedback on the current plan and then a couple of responses to some of the discussion. The first is that the proposal to open up the low wall in front of Casa de la Guerra. Of course, that's part of why I'm on the subcommittee, is to advocate for Casa de la Guerra, and Debbie left me a voicemail and I was only able to email her late last night, so I'm sorry we didn't connect on that, Debbie, but I do like what I'm seeing at this point. I like that there is still a seating opportunity there, but that also it improves the connectivity with the Casa to open that up quite a bit. I also like that I saw in one of the elevations that there's now sort of a sandstone approach to what is now concrete for what is left, and I think that would look really beautiful. I like how the hardscaping and the tones and colors are now more in alignment with the landscaping in the courtyard of Casa de la Guerra. I think that's turning out quite nicely. On another topic, that the design of the fountain, I don't mean to reopen the fountain debate, but I just noticed something in the sort of precedent photos about the quadrifoil shape that's used around Santa Barbara. And there was an example, which is I think the most nearby, that is the fountain in the El Paseo courtyard, which so it sort of anchors right behind Casa de la Guerra. And that, I just want to call out that fountain is not original to El Paseo, that used to actually be a very shallow rectangular reflecting pool. And so when we're thinking about the historical precedents, I want to just make sure that we know that we could be copying a more recent edition rather than the original water feature in El Paseo there. But I'm not sure I have a very strong opinion about that shape. I also am kind of intrigued at how what used to be really large circular interpretive opportunities that were very symmetrical around the plaza are now loosening up into these kind of multiple levels of interpretation that are getting spread across the plaza. I'm not sure, I haven't worked out in my head what that could be yet, but I just wanted to mention that the Trust has an interpretive plan for Casa de la Guerra that uses a theme of arrivals to the Casa to help interpret the courtyard. And that idea is that many types of people, many types of goods were always coming to the Casa. And so, you know, we intend in the future to place carretas in the courtyard that show the arrivals of family members for a long stay, or guests from out of town, or goods from the ranches that are meant to be exported on the supply ships. And I could kind of see how these little trickling pathways that come in and out of the courtyard might help support that story. So I'm intrigued to learn more about that. I also wanted to make a comment about there was sort of a big focus on the fountain as sort of being the draw to the plaza. There was this one draw. And, you know, I think the plan actually there's a lot of draws to the plaza here. It's not just dependent on the fountain. We haven't really discussed the dining area. There was a comment that, you know, restaurants are a draw and there are no restaurants. Well, you know, I know we have to keep the scalloped wall, it's historical, but there is really an intent here to turn those restaurants inside out and have that seating spill out into that shaded area, which is also connected to why there's the clusters of trees to provide shade. And, you know, I think our museum is also going to be a draw for visitors. And so we've got, you know, the kiosk, the dining, the water feature, City Hall, and the museum. There's also a great tasting room that's just north on our rendering here next to Casa de la Guerra that has outdoor seating, and they're very excited to turn inwards onto the plaza, and a lovely boutique just south of Casa de la Guerra that is also an attraction. So I just wanted to point out that there are lots of modes of activity that can support the plaza. And I also wanted to point out that the palm tree, we talked about the palm tree being difficult to move, and also the question of, was it ever considered to show that the footprint of the original City Hall. So I believe that palm tree is meant to not be moved because of its connection with the old city hall. It was planted right adjacent to the side of that city hall, and that's part of the story that it tells. And so I think that's why we don't want to move it, and it's in an awkward location, but it also has that interpretive potential to mark the location of the old city hall. And so there's something we could do with that, with signage or tours or QR codes or these little art nodes. And I did want to support some of the comments about removing the trees in front of Casa de la Guerra. I actually did make that comment at the last subcommittee meeting. Those trees would not have been there historically, and having that view of the complete facade of the structure for visitors to help interpret the history of the building is very important to us. And so I think those trees would actually cover significant portions of those end gables. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
And,
All right.
and are there any other clarifying questions that the committee needs further information from HLC members, or anything else you want to add on any of these topics? I think this is very productive, and I'm very grateful for the time spent here. And if not, then we will just continue to listen to your thoughts on.
Great. Okay, sounds good. So is there any other questions from the or questions or comments from the Plaza de la Guerra subcommittee or committee? And if not, then let's go into more to continued discussion and clarification of these ideas, and maybe we can kind of go down. Okay, Commissioner Drury.
Well, I was going to say I'd like to hear what Ms. Snedden has to say.
Oh yeah, Chair Snedden.
Thank you. You know, I very much am in listening and trying to come to consensus mode, and I haven't really for myself. There are things that I still wish there were some more cooling features or some more greenery. I'm agreeing with taking some of the plantings away from the front of the Casa de la Guerra. The water feature, I do feel like the plaza calls for some water feature, and I think along the lines of Councilmember Harmon, that really looking for what would be amenable, what would be acceptable there. And I've already heard today the really interesting idea of maybe something more structured that has water that flows, and then there's a mist around it or something like that. But I think it's really productive here to hear like what would be an okay feature there. I do like the randomized, but maybe this is too randomized. I thought those were excellent input points about having a stopping edge in there, the linear randomization. I think in our subcommittee, and other committee members could speak to this too, the arcade, we hadn't seen a full sort of rendering like that, and so I'm not sure how attached we are to it in that form, or meeting some of those needs of Fiesta. And that's something I thought I saw our Fiesta representative here. For just a moment, I thought I saw him, but and maybe we could talk to that too, because it does need to function in that way as well. And when we started off in the subcommittee, there was a lot of discussion about whether to be a passive plaza or an active plaza. And I think listening to public input, coming up with the active plaza, but to some of your other comments, there are a lot of ways to activate the plaza through programming and through different activities that might be in the plaza, like a plein air art class or yoga in the plaza, and maybe other things that aren't as permanent features. But I think we're really interested in honoring and celebrating the historic context, and this is really helpful. We want there to be sort of passive active, so that it can be passive. The fountain's off, the medallions aren't things that speak at you. But we also had discussions in the subcommittee about sort of three-dimensional structure, artistic features with lighting and different aspects there too. And I think we'll get to that maybe later, but when we're talking about the balancing of the plaza and how many elements, that's something also looking for input. But those are my main thoughts. I think it's coming along. The very first renderings I thought looked a little bit too structured and too barren. And I think this is really, we're getting there. We're getting there. And this is great input. And really, the subcommittee meeting, whenever you feel that you want to speak up, please just turn your camera on as we're going through. We're moving into the discussion part of this. And I think it's really important that we're able to sort of describe what our thinking was about why we were advocating for certain features.
Okay. All right. So with that, thank you, Chair Sneddon. So with that, let's kind of try to actually work through our list and see if we can kind of talk through and give direction for what we can, or knowing that this is not going to be, we're not going to be able to, for most of these, or at least some of these, not going to be able to give clear, obvious direction that this is the way to do it, but at least ways to things to try or things to think about and study. And start considering our first is arcade. And actually, if we can flip back to the site plan for this one as well, I wanted to ask the other commission members, HLC commission members, and the committee in terms of if there's a real reason why we can't do this. So plazas and in general are really strongly reinforcing. Even the most important buildings usually don't stick out much, if they stick out at all, or if they might recess to be accentuated. But in this case, in my mind, the arcade being brought forward like this past the city wall hall line, city hall line of the wall is a breaking of the plaza, and I would prefer, if there's in any way possible, to set the whole stage and arcade, just move it back to get it to line up with the city hall, so that it's reinforcing the plaza rather than breaking from it. And how does the other HLC members feel about that? And then to the other, anyone else who knows more information for why it can't be done that way. Obviously, it means giving up some parking spaces on the city side of things, but I think that's a very, very strong, clear line that should be respected.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Vice Chair House.
At one point, there was a site meeting with Commissioner Drury and myself and Leaf and Brad Hess. And I think this was after the first meeting I attended, or maybe before it, but I had some thoughts about reworking the whole of the City Hall parking lot, and how the whole area could be much more incorporated. And that's when I learned that no, there's a high density of archaeological resources. So I don't know how far you could go into that parking lot with the arcade before you encounter that problem. So, if it could be, I would be supportive of that. But I would say that I don't really have a problem with it being kind of the odd skewed little piece. And actually the skew to it was suggested by Post Hazeltine, because it reflects the angle of the adobe wall and the Abadi house. And the suggestion about it being more trellis wasn't the word, whatever Commissioner Mahan said about it.
Pergola or whatever.
Pergola. I think what is important is that it be a masonry type structure and be white plaster, which of course the pergola adjacent to the Lobero does have white stucco columns, but it needs to serve that function as a wall visually. And considering it's an open structure, if it had something, like stout wood post, then it kind of disappears and doesn't serve the function it needs to. But I could see that it could change, still look like a masonry structure, but not relate to the arcade, the city hall, and be more like that pergola with just vertical columns and a flat roof or something like that. So I think there's possibilities there.
Okay. Other commission members on the arcade?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Jordan.
all of the plans, they're cut off just behind the arcade. So we really don't see how it works with the parking lot. And I was very interested in Commissioner House's comments. I'm also interested in connection with ADA and accessibility. I'm wondering, I would like at some point, not now, but at some point, I would encourage the subcommittee to be sure that they know how a family arriving in a van with somebody in a wheelchair would access that space. I assume it would be from that parking lot behind. At that point, you have to make sure that there is level access from the parking lot in. And I would just encourage the subcommittee at some point down the line to clarify that, because it's not clear from the drawings we're looking at simply because of where they're cut off.
Mr. Chair, I had one other comment on that arcade.
Sure, Mr. House.
At least one, if not maybe two of those trees shown behind it are existing mature trees. So that was a determining factor in the location of the arcade.
Architecture shouldn't follow landscape.
Commissioner
Lenvick.
Yes, I agree with you, Chair Grumbine. I think that the stage and the arcade standing proud of City Hall is very unfortunate. And I don't know what solution there may be to creating this wall along this side of the plaza, but I think that having the arcade and the stage standing proud of City Hall is unfortunate. And I would like really to find a way to accomplish the aesthetic goals of the plaza and not compromise City Hall.
All right. So, any other discussion on the arcade? All right. Let's go on to the next item. What we had on the list. What was our next item on our list? Sorry, I don't. Okay. Interactive water feature. All right. The doozy. Okay. Let's go. If we can go back to the site plan. So, and maybe we don't get, and maybe with this discussion, we try to work out, maybe try a couple of possibilities or something. Maybe there's some, well, first to start with the feature itself. What is, who would be okay with it if it basically looked like a pattern of paving when it was off? Or who is against the principle of it in and of itself as this type of water feature, even if it disappeared when it was off? Who would still be against it as a general thing? We can also talk about what other ways that they might integrate it, like a sculptural fountain or whatever. And I'll really clarify something. By sculptural fountain, actually, Commissioner Lenvick, do you have the Costa de la Guerra book? I think it might be the illustration on the front of it is a perspective sketch of a proposed, if it's the one I'm thinking of. Does it have a sculptural fountain on the front? Yeah, it does actually. So it's a really high, sculptural, because it's not an actual sculpture. It's just, by sculpture, I just mean a big, ornate bowl, basically. But it's high, it has some sculpture and something to it. It's decorative. It looks good when it's off as well as when it's on, that kind of thing, which it also doesn't fill with garbage and whatever because it's so low down that typical lower fountains would. But in my mind, I could see something like that. Obviously, there's issues with the sculpture and complexity and all the other stuff, but something like that that's fairly nondescript in terms of figural or whatever. That could work. I don't know what other people feel as well. Or whether you just go super simple and it's just a paving pattern and turns on, or you're against it altogether and it shouldn't be there. So does everyone want to weigh in?
Very quickly on that.
Commissioner Lenvick? Oh yeah, go ahead, Chair Sned, and I'll go to.
The committee and council members, I believe, were very firm that we wouldn't be putting in new fountains in the city during. I mean, we're starting our next drought cycle, and I think that was the whole reason we don't have grass is acknowledging that. So as you comment on that, I wasn't aware that these would look good without water in them. So as you comment on that, if you could recognize that that I don't think there will be to put in a fountain that's running water all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Vice Chair House.
If I could spout off on that.
Spout away.
Yeah, seeing that illustration, I think that would be an acceptable figure. And as you say, it would be attractive without water. And I would say when the splash pad, when the interactive water feature is operating, water could spurt out of the top of that and drip down the sides of the bowl, and it gets recycled in the same system that the water feature is using. But the rest of the time it's a dry fountain. Just needs to be designed so it's not a temptation to climb on it. But from looking at that illustration, that looks like that's a good possibility. But I would agree, we don't want a fountain that runs water all the time, or that has a low bowl that collects trash and soap suds, etc.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Yeah. Sorry, Commissioner Jordan.
In the spirit of trying to move the process along, it's very clear that the subcommittee has very strong reasons for an interactive water feature. So my only other comment is that we had a number of public comments that raised an issue with it. So I would simply ask the subcommittee, the task force, to be prepared to make the strongest case possible, not just to us, but to the public, because we had some public comment on that. And we're going to move ahead with this.
All right, thank you. And Shirley Dick?
Yeah, it's the client's decision to have that water feature, and I think that there were good suggestions made as to how it might fit better into the scheme of the plaza, and I think that's what we're gonna see and go with. I personally think it's a mistake. It will not be appreciated and not used, and there will be no recycled water in this thing. It's going to be fresh water. It's they can't afford it. Number one, to do recycled water. It's not a car wash. But I don't think it's a good idea to have. But it's not our decision to make. Ours is to deal with the aesthetics, and we'll do that.
Just wait. I know
right.
I'm going to see you splashing around in it someday.
I believe in it too. I believe in Commissioner Lenvik. He's going to have a ball. So okay, and to move things along in the spirit of that as well. So and in terms of location, do we want them to look at doing a central location as well to study that and see if we can get that to work, or if there's something absolutely prohibitive about it as being located there? That would be, I think, we at least it would make sense to at least kind of throw that out as a study thing and centered towards the adobe wall. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
I was trying to find my unmute button. I think that Commissioner House's idea of putting it in the middle is a really good idea. I think it's a unifying factor of the sort of the planar architecture of the plaza. I would support that.
Okay, so let's ask for them to at least propose that and show us how that would work. Okay, on to the next one. And just as a warning, Chair Snedden, I have 9% left in my battery in my phone. So if I do drop off, if you would carry on, but it'll probably last for another 20 minutes or so, but we'll see. This is the falls of having to run from your building with a gas leak. So, okay, so on to item, or the third one, which is public restrooms. It seemed like, as a summary, we understand the problem of the wrestling trying to fit where else. We don't know where else it might be. In my mind, the other spot would be, another solution could be have a restroom sign pointing one way and lead people, and maybe it goes out back behind the arcade or something, which if it's sliding back further, maybe it's way set back. I understand the archaeological aspect. I don't know if they're putting the stage or arcade right there versus flipping it over to the parking lot side of things would make all that much difference. You're digging in almost exactly the same location, and that goes for the restroom as well. Are there any strong opinions about the restroom as the current proposed location? I guess there's one more option: working with the architect of the person who called in, whose wall it's currently abutting, to see if that can be integrated on the back side of the building. I mean, I guess that could be another potential that was just raised. Any thoughts on that?
Mr. Chair.
All right, Vice Chair House.
We all thought long and hard about the location of this, as well as discussions about the kiosk. And, this just seemed to be the most logical place. And, I have the same concerns that have been expressed by others, but it's hard to imagine a superior place.
So was the idea, was the option on the table when you guys looked at it for actually integrating on the other side of that building? It was? It has always been on the, okay. Was there a reason? Because that would front the plaza, right?
We've moved it all around. I think maybe if either Brad Hess or RRM wants to address that. We have looked at it in many places, yeah.
I'm actually not clear where you're talking about. Can you point on this, or can you have them?
So it sounded
end of
like
the
they were talking
building?
about right there. Yeah, they were talking about right there. It sounds like the owner who called in was saying that they're working on a renovation for the building, and they were saying, well, what about if we gave them? And I couldn't quite fully understand. So I just want to know if that option has been explored, and talking with their architect has been an option for potentially integrating into their building on that side.
And if you could also speak to us considering it, we considered it in the parking lot behind the adobe wall or closer to City Hall on that side too. So if you could answer, those are different comments that came through.
Okay, so we did not consider it where you were just talking about, because that was kind of an entrance to their building. So where we put it as the side. So I think absolutely we can talk to their architect and find out if there's an option. The more visible we can make that restroom, the better we're going to have a successful restroom that doesn't end up attracting and having people sleep in the restroom. But because this restroom is a self-cleaning restroom, it's going to be a different kind of issue than your other restrooms in town. We looked at behind, over there by the adobe wall, like behind the arcade, and we looked at inside the building, the City Hall building. We actually took our architects down there and tried to contemplate how could we get people around down into this existing building and use that as a restroom. And Brad Hess can talk more about the reasons that didn't work.
Yeah, and so in addition to the fact that that building isn't available down behind City Hall, there's also an issue of access and safety. So when we started thinking, like, this is not just a daytime use, it's also potentially a nighttime use. What is going to be safe for people using the plaza? The further you go toward Anacapa Street, especially when you start getting into the parking lot, the darker it gets. So yes, there are mitigations for that, but it was definitely a consideration. As I said before, archaeology was certainly a consideration. But really, we wanted to figure out a location where most people would see it and most people could use it. I have had a discussion with the architect. I have had a discussion with Anna Evers, who called in. I have not spoken with the Chaffees, but the end of the building that's the ironworks portion That was not brought up, so we haven't talked about that with anyone else because that was just presented today. I don't know if that's a possibility.
Okay, so I'm sorry to be short, but just kind of keep it moving. It sounds like that could be something to at least be looked at as a potential spot, at least come back to us at next time with with that discussion having been had and anything more that you might have learned from there, if it does work better or not.
Fair enough.
Aside from that, it doesn't seem like there was any other strong opinion about a restroom in a better spot. Commissioner Jordan?
Just a comment. We've had public comment from stakeholders all around the plaza, except from the News Press building. Anybody explored the possibility of simply moving that structure across the placita up against the News Press building?
I don't know if that's a hornet's nest that wants to be kicked.
Yeah, don't even go there.
Well,
there's a great difference. There's a great difference.
Mr. Hess.
Yeah, I can answer it in the context that there's a 30-foot wide easement down the placita that is for the News Press for pedestrian use. It is from the right side of the property line, 30 feet into the placita, that we need to keep clear for pedestrians. If we want to go anywhere within that easement, we need their permission. At this point, we're not seeking that, which is why it's actually on the building side, the left side of the placita.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Good question, Commissioner Jordan. All right, on to the next one for the after the restroom, and we'll try to hit on the bigger ones first. I think ADA is a pretty clear thing in general. Everything's going to need to be ADA compliant. I think that's a kind of a no-brainer. Underground trash enclosures, I think it was clear that when the question was asked, it wasn't, as long as the above ground looks like it's a part of El Pueblo Viejo, we're good. It's the below ground, as long as it functions, that was fine. Surface materials, I think maybe we can touch on that. ADA, we already touched on. Lighting, I think it's probably a good idea to hold off on lighting until we've kind of locked in plan a little bit better. And I think that could be another full good discussion once everything kind of the dust settles in a certain sense, or the plantings of the water feature of all the pieces. Utilities, I don't think we need to worry about. Stormwater management, don't need to worry about. Planting, I think we, for the most part, cover. We can touch on a little more. Artwork and kiosk are the last pieces as well. So let's rewind back to surface materials. Let's hit surface materials. So what are thoughts on surface materials? Commissioner Mahan had mentioned that basically turning it on angle with a board, doing basically a border in brick, the fill, kind of like they have it as a sandstone material or looking material. And then Commissioner Mahan had mentioned doing it on the 45 in terms of the pattern. I think they even showed that or something similar to that in their pattern work in the next slide. I think it's just the graphic was messed up because it seems to, those they showed examples of herringbone, and then the basket weave in the upper left. There we go. Yeah, so they have it on the 45, the sandstone-y color, and then having borders. So I think that seems to be in general a pretty well received from the commission. Is that right?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury?
Yeah, I'd like to, as far as surface materials go, I think that can be resolved in the course of our discussions. But I think that Commissioner House came up his first meeting with the committee. He said, "Why don't we bring Street of Spain into the plaza?" And it's been endorsed by Commissioner Mahan, another man of good taste. And it doesn't have to be that lumpy stuff. Obviously, it won't be because it's not
exactly
accessible.
ADA,
but that is really a good idea because we're bringing in the Casa de la Guerra as part of the whole is part of the plaza, and we're bringing in the Street of Spain, which I guess includes by extension the whole of El Paseo. So I think the rest of the flat stuff is open to any sort of random patterning, and it can be chosen at any time. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Commissioner Mahan, thank you. And I think that seems, so if everyone's good with that, we can move on from the, any other thoughts on the material or patterning discussion. And of course, we'll see more as it develops here, as the other pieces fall into place. All right, let's go on to the next piece which we were discussing. Well, if you can go back to the list. Thank you, Mr. Bolton. We talked surface materials, lighting. We talked about having a later discussion. Utilities. We talked about stormwater management, planting. All right, so if we can go back to the site plan now to discuss planting. So maybe if each of the commissioners can weigh in on fine the way it is. Next version would be tightened up a little more of pushing at least the biggest outliers into a little bit straighter of a line or into a maximum come to distance. Removing or go more formal and try something else, I guess is the question. And if we're moving the water feature, there might be some things that shift around, but I guess the general idea would be whether it's all random with a border, or regular with a regular in a geometric pattern. And then also whether it sounded like there was a general consistent agreement on removal of the trees on De La Guerra Street to keep the street clear.
Mr. Chair, could we hear from the members of the committee?
Any members of the committee that want?
We heard from Commissioner Wiscombe.
Like Miss Longstreet?
Mm.
So they all go out for margaritas or something? What's going on?
They went to the
No,
Plaza.
I'm here.
No, Miss Longstreet is here. Yes, there we go.
Oh, yeah. There she
I'm
is.
here,
Yeah.
but you guys are rolling along.
Yeah. What did you want to hear from the committee on the trees? Someone mentioned my name and someone mentioned Bibi's name. So.
Yep. So the thoughts were one of three options I threw out, or another one if they want to propose another one. But I was trying to get the commission to weigh in on the whole planting scheme. And one idea would be just like it is random as it is, it's fine. The next option would be as random as it is, except for basically the outlying trees are poking into the plaza a little much, kind of get pushed back into a line a little bit, but still staying random. And then the third, but random, but with a little bit clearer plaza. And then the third option would be regularize all and geometricize all together, in a more regularized way. So those would be the three options for that organization. And then as well, there seemed to be a consensus about removal of the trees on De La Guerra Street going up. The three on the left here, the ones that are actually highlighted, but those three, because they are basically being planted in the middle of De La Guerra Street. So that's the grid of Santa Barbara needs to be sort of cleared and respected in that way. So it seems to go to sides or just be clear of the street. And that seemed to be consensus. And those three were the options that I was throwing out in addition. So if you want to weigh in on that, Commissioners Longstreet and Wiscombe.
Well, I have a comment.
Well,
Well,
We're
what I
letting
will
them talk
say,
first. We're letting them talk first.
Okay.
what I will say is that every one of these items, what you said, Chair Grumbine, was going over that we spent hours on them. I'm comfortable with what we have out there right now because of the potential for the restaurants. We looked at that with umbrellas. We also looked at making sure, we respected Old Spanish Day. So, I'm comfortable with what is sitting there right now because I feel like we spent an awful lot of time on it.
All right.
Thank you.
And I would agree with Commissioner Longstreet on that. We did spend a lot of time on it. I really like, I was surprised when the committee went from the more linear pattern to the more random pattern. But I really appreciate what's there now. Whether it gets tweaked a little bit more, I think it needs to retain some of the randomness, if that's a word.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So and whether you, Chair Grumbine, whether you do option 2, which was kind of in the middle, and then I can't remember which option was this one, but this
was option 1. Option 2 was just take the outliers and push them down a little bit more, and then still keep it random. And then option 3 was go.
I think you're tweaking of going with option 1, which is this, option 2, which is the little bit of tweaking, is great. I think it's really well illustrated in the renderings, where you're, particularly the rendering where, and I don't remember which one that was, where you're standing at Casa de la Guerra and looking down the plaza. I thought that was just lovely. And I will add the comment that in one of the earlier plans that we saw, there were tons of umbrellas. And the committee really said, no, we want green, we want shade. And the species selection was because we wanted some color. So those are my comments, but yeah, I don't know if it's this one or another one, but it's really, yeah. It
Okay,
looks
I think
like
that's
Santa
great.
Barbara.
I think that's great, and I think that gives the HLC a good feel for what your
Thank you
thoughts
very
were.
much for letting us comment.
Yeah. See, we're not so mean. All right. Okay, so commissioners, how are you feeling on those things?
Mr. Chair.
Or not another option if you feel differently. Vice Chair House.
I'm happy with it as it's proposed right now. And I think that if the water feature moves more towards center, then some tweaking is going to be a consequence of that. So, it's going to evolve. I wanted to comment on the olives adjacent to the Casa de la Guerra, that I wasn't suggesting that they be removed entirely. And I certainly agree with that it shouldn't conceal appreciation of the Casa de la Guerra. But I think if they were more like street trees, I think the pair of them should be just one tree. And olives can be pruned so they retain an openness. So, I see the possibility of one on either side of the courtyard of the Casa de la Guerra, and they're kept pruned so there's an openness. I think it kind of adds a nice touch. And I wanted to comment on the palm tree. I agree that its historical importance should be respected, and we shouldn't risk killing it by moving it. But I think the reality is it did have a sister that was mirrored on the old City Hall, and it died of natural causes, and it's likely this one will in the next 10, 15 years. So that will seal that fate.
All right, on that happy note. All right.
Well,
Commissioner
it had
Jordan.
a very nice long life.
I'm Grumbine. I am willing to be persuaded by what the architects presented to us in terms of kind of the informality of it. I also see that one of the kind of tension or balance that we need to achieve is between a formal and an informal, between a kind of diversity and a certain uniformity. I would hope that the next iteration, we would see plans that will show us the landscaping and the lighting, because the lighting plan that were shown here had a very regular formal quality to the spacing, so that you would get this balance between a formal lighting arrangement and an informal or more casual arrangement of trees. And I think that's something that we'll be looking for in the next iteration.
Yep, I think that sounds good. Commissioner Lenbick.
I would agree with Mr. Gordon and Mr. House as well. I think the plan we're seeing is pretty close, and it's going to be adjusted, and the architect, as he refines his design, will kind of pull things together. I might be happier without raised planters around the trees, however. I think if the trees were in the ground and had a proper tree grade around them, so on and so forth, would be fine. But I don't think that putting a raised planter there is going to serve the plaza well. They'll become dirty places where they're hard to clean, and they'll become sitting benches no matter how wide they are. And I just think that eliminating the raised planters would be a wise thing to do.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Well, was it Vice Chair House or Commissioner Mahan?
Mr. Mahan.
Oh, Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the raised planters are problematic and not traditional. You don't see any raised planters around the courthouse. So you don't see raised planters. We do see them on State Street, and I designed a lot of them there, and I think they're problematic. Better to just have these trees coming out of the plaza surface, horizontal surface, and putting some benches or some chairs out for people to sit on. Okay. Thank you.
And just that would help alleviate some of the concerns I have with the visual appearance of all the staggered benching or the staggered little mini walls that are the raised planters, because I think that actually plants can get away with a lot more than structures can. And visually, those structures strongly want the eye to sort of be able to see some order to them. So I think I would be happier with that as well. That suggestion of just losing those raised planters, and just if you want seats, then put seats out. If you don't, it doesn't have to accent every tree. So,
Chair Grumbine, may I comment real quickly?
Yeah.
So just so
Sure.
everyone understands, and the clarification for why we actually brought in the tree wells as a concept, there's a couple reasons. One, it provides natural seating in the shaded areas. If we don't have that, we're going to have to supply it. And I'm not sure that adding benches is actually necessarily any better a replacement than these, when the radius is designed so that people won't be comfortable sleeping on them. The second is culturally, we really are using them as a potential space for art, whether it's Spanish tile that wraps the tree wells, or something else that is inclusive of additional cultural representation, which is what we're trying to figure out what that should look like. Thirdly, one of the concepts that we have in our lighting plan is actually under bench lighting that will provide additional natural indirect lighting for spaces that won't put so much pressure on the above lighting, because especially when you start looking at random trees, the lighting plan will definitely change. But this would just provide natural indirect lighting. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that the tree wells, fourth reason is it's going to provide whatever 10-foot radius of additional landscaping, that if we just have tree wells, we won't have that additional landscaping, and that will naturally add to the ambiance. So thanks.
I was just
All right. Yes, let's keep with the applicant for a minute, and then we'll go back to the commission. Yes, Ms.
I was
Rudd.
just going to add on to what Brad said, is that we were really at the committee level, we were really struggling with losing the grass and having enough landscaping, and how do we integrate greenery into the plaza? And this was our solution to, though if you look at the sketch right here, you're not seeing all the green, but this was our solution to integrating some more green into the plaza without having a grass lawn.
Got it. Okay. and to the commission, sorry, was there someone else that wanted to speak from
Yeah,
the, okay.
Commissioner Longstreet, yeah. And
I think I know I was really interested in the color and getting some color into the plaza with the tile. And, you know, we were looking at it from the perspective of something like Fiesta, where you need a little extra seating, where people, you know, we're looking at people coming here for lunch. And chairs and tables are, you know, are not something we're going to be able to put out every day and take in. So I think it serves a purpose of, again, bringing people in for a positive use.
All right.
I'll add to that also that the added greenery and landscaping, because we're losing the grass, and to sort of soften that space. But also, I'm pretty adamant about benches. I mean, I used to hang out in the plaza 30 plus years ago in high school, and I sat in those benches and read, and I really miss that the benches are gone. And I understand there are complex reasons for, you know, different uses of those benches, but I'd like to reclaim bench space and be able to sit in the plaza. That's something for me. I just want to include that as a consideration, that I really, really miss those benches. And I think the plaza became less activated once the news press became sort of vacant mostly, but it used to be a very vibrant space where there were people, you know, crossing back and forth across the plaza, and sitting there was really pleasant. And I'd like to see if there are ways to bring that back. But it was deliberate to have seating that wouldn't be comfortable for sleeping on, but that would bring color and greenery. So that was some of the thinking behind it as well.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Vice Chair House.
I will attest to that. There was unanimity in the committee in support of the planters around the trees, the colorful tile to add that liveliness, and that having that raised allowed for low-level landscaping filling the planter, which if it were at ground level would get trashed. And if there are uplights in those ground level planters, they'll get kicked and broken. So I'm fully in support of the planters as proposed.
All right, other commission, back to the Historic Landmarks Commission members, I guess, Steve, you get, or Commissioner, Vice Chair House, you get to be on both. So to span between other thoughts on the planters, it seems that at least you can say that there's a mixed view of it, unless others have converted.
Mr. Chair, oh, sorry.
Oh, then Commissioner Lenvick and then Commissioner Drury, sorry.
I appreciate the arguments that are being made for color and greenery, so on and so forth. On the other hand, we are, as landmark commissioners, are reviewing this from the standpoint of its historic, you know, reasonableness, I guess. Are these raised planters something we would find historically appropriate to a plaza like this? I don't, you know, I can go either way probably, but.
All right, Commissioner Drury, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I would support Commissioner House and Commissioner or Council Member Sneddon. I think that those planters are the fact that they're sort of low rise and they're decorative and in a very kind of a happy motif. I support that. Thank you.
I can support them if you keep those outliers pushed in a little.
Okay.
All right, we'll do some horse trading later. So, all right, so I think, so at least there's a bit of a mix, but there is some concern, as you've heard, but it seems like that there's a potential for consensus going forward with the concerns that you've heard so far, and at least a somewhat split commission. All right, let's go on to the next one. And let's see, so we talked about planting, we're on to artwork. So in general, I think this is a big broad brushstroke right now that we're talking about, but in general, some of the concepts of, if you can just speak to whether you're like where it's going in general, whether it seems like it's a little too much, a little too little, certain elements seem great or certain elements seem terrible. Just sort of big, broad brushstrokes. I don't think we need to get into the weeds on it, but just some of the concepts that they discussed about having things in the various things. But most of it was the path finding and, sort of somewhat wayfinding, but sort of telling stories throughout various historic things. And then also a few spaces that they talked about potentially having art pieces or that. And knowing that's going to be a whole nother discussion. Just sort of big, broad brushstrokes. Commissioner, do you know anything about art?
I have a number 3 sash brush right now, and I'm going to use it. Okay.
Nice. Go for it.
My impression is I would not like to see any upright art, obvious art pieces. I would like to see the interactive stuff, the stuff with wayfinding, the historical discs with stuff written on them. But I don't want to see anything to interfere with the view across the plaza. That's my initial take on it. Thank you.
All right, that's a big brush stroke. Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
I will agree with that 100%. In an early iteration, there was some art element, just as an example, but it was out of metal. It was laser cut with words in the side of it, and it had lighting inside of it, and it could look very interesting at night. But I agree. I don't want to see clutter in here, and I have no problem with the things that are at ground level that are a surprise when you come across them. And if you want to pursue them, fine. And if you want to just kind of appreciate the simple space, you can do that too. So I agree that there shouldn't be vertical art elements.
All right, Commissioner Gordon.
I will second those comments about vertical artworks. I'll also say I'm quite interested in the ground level plaques. I would encourage them to be sure that they reflect all 5 vitalities, including environmental. We tend to think of artwork as being about cultural or historical forces, but environmental issues are very important here. Even something as simple as a sun path diagram and where the solstice line is, because solstice is a very important event here. So I would encourage the artwork to reflect all 5 of the vitalities.
I would support that as well.
All right, sounds good. It sounds like we're in pretty good consensus on the art side of things. So why don't we go on to, I think there was one last one.
Kiosk.
All right, to kiosk or not to kiosk? And well, it sounds like its location seems to have been wrestled with a lot. But let's just maybe talk first about the generality of the artwork. And I might lose you guys because I might lose the my power here. And if I do, then I'll have to try to figure out a way of getting back on. But in general, this kiosk idea, it seems, I think I only heard positive comments from HLC. Is that in general true? Everyone's kind of pro kiosk. I'm
going to throw it under the bus.
That's a surprise.
I don't like the idea of the kiosk.
Yeah,
what if they sell paint brushes and paint in case you run out?
If we could talk a little bit more about that, because I think the committee did away with the kiosk based on sort of feedback from HLC. So if that's still, we were split on it and couldn't decide. So if it's still in the running, that's a good for us to know. I'm not sure it'll end up that way, but that would be good for us to know.
Madam Chair, that was my take on it as well. That we had sort of, as a committee, had said enough of this kiosk business. I don't like.
Okay. So we'll bring that back to the subcommittee, knowing that it's maybe still an option, and we'll discuss it further and see where we are with that. Commissioner Longstreet?
Yes. I'm not a big advocate for the kiosk. I am an advocate for making sure when we build this that we have all our options open, that we keep infrastructure in a place so that if in 5 years there's a need for it for whatever reason, we have the infrastructure. So That's my feeling on it.
And I think
Mr.
that's
Chair.
where the committee stood as well. Like, I think that's what we
Vice
came.
Chair House?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, we were just tired of wrestling with it at the committee, and it was a good solution to just put in infrastructure for it should we ever decide there's a need for it. And I don't have any recollection that at the HLC meeting we were advocating for the kiosk. So I think the committee's decision to not go forward with the kiosk, but to put in a provision for it to exist later was the best solution.
All right. And I guess the only other question as a follow-up to that would be that, is it make sense to do it mirrored on the other corner too, so that you have flexibility of location if you're just plumbing for it?
Depends on the cost, I suppose. I mean, if we can't decide now where it should be, we can't decide where it should be in the future either. So, and
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if it's not getting done right now, maybe we just leave it for another time.
I would also say we'd have to defer to Brad Hess because there's some constraints with that area.
Yeah, the utilities and where everything's running. Yeah. Okay. That sounds good. So I guess are these I think that takes us through our main comments. I would say that on the one other aspect would be on that was touched on that we haven't even begun to discuss has been, except for Commissioner Lenvik, who thanked for the parking thought of and the comment about the front really need to be important, because for the new front that it will be for the City Hall once people are parking all on the other side. So we're not covering that today, but I think that was the only comments that from Commissioner Lenvik, and I would second, especially the second one, in terms of the that whole entry is going to be a super important thing to really really make it great in terms of the because it will be the most used entry after that entrance. So, but that seems like it's definitely for another time. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Mahan.
If the Anacapa entrance becomes the main entrance to the City Hall, then there'll have to be ADA access there.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, that's
We
good.
can focus in on that, I think, at a later time. Absolutely everything will be ADA compliant, no question.
So yeah, all to be determined, I think, in the future. Not the problem now. We have a big enough problem to to handle. But okay, so and because I'm almost out, if I do fall off, Chair Snedden, if you can continue. But have we given a good kind of overview, feedback, and direction for? Actually, it seemed to me I didn't think that we'd get this far on everything, but in terms of some good direction to the applicant for moving forward for the next steps on these items.
Yes, and I'd like to hear from
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe, and then we all understand that this isn't a plan review. That doesn't imply, that this is a contractual between us. This is, I think, a successful workshop. This has been, and that's my perspective on this. And really, thank you for taking the time in detail. And I'll leave that to Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you also. I think I didn't expect it to get this far, and I think the commission has done a fabulous job, and I hope that we have given you some guidance on how we got to where we got with some of these things. But I truly thank you for spending the time today with us and going through these items. I think the progress has been amazing.
It's been a pleasure to spend time with all of you.
Absolutely.
That's what Vice Chair House does all the time. So Commissioner Drury, they do for fun.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Hess, do you think that this is anything else that is needed? And is there any motion that's needed, or is this good just to have these comments? And
That's a great question. I was actually going to just let Mary know that if we didn't provide enough for minutes, that maybe she can take a stab at the minutes and then collectively we can review it and add, because this was traditional, shall we say, from what she's used to in terms of putting together minutes. So I think we can work through that, but thank you. Yes, this was very helpful. I feel like we got great direction. And I think we'll discuss whether we need another of these. Hopefully everyone would be open to something a little shorter, but to just touch base so that we're all on the same page as we move forward. So thank you again.
And Commissioner Jordan?
I just want to repeat something that I said at the beginning. I think this was a productive conversation because the staff report and the presentation that we got at the beginning were so coherent and strong. So I really want to say I appreciate the effort that went into that. And I think it resulted in a very productive meeting.
Mr. Chair.
Absolutely, indeed.
Second that. Awesome. Well, thank you, everyone.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, Vice Chair House.
Mr. Chair.
And then to Mr. Hamilton. Vice.
Okay.
Sorry,
So
Vice
I would just say that I think we probably will and should have one more meeting because I think that the lighting plan needs to be revised once this takes a little more shape, and then we should all review that lighting plan together and discuss it so we don't ping pong back and forth on that.
So to shed some light on things, you mean?
Exactly.
But it better be 2700 Kelvin.
Yeah,
that's right.
It'll be illuminating.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Good night, everybody.
Mr. Hamilton, sorry, did you have anything to add before we go?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to suggest that if you could try to summarize the comments, and they could be, in an outline form just for the secretary, that would help us as we create the minutes from the meeting.
I've taken notes throughout on each topic. If I can just send those if you.
Sure. Well, we have that list. We can give it a shot. Why don't you add in? Why don't we do that? Why don't for each of the topics you can add in as we go. All right. So.
And I've taken notes also.
All right. Great. And then as well, because of this is atypical, of course, as well, if in the minutes discussion before they get ratified, if that everyone can feed their input so that we can make sure we have as good a solution or good of decision as possible. All right, so for the item 1, the arcade, it was to lose the arches basically for the arcade, perhaps a pergola, perhaps similar in structure to the Libero Theater, the pergola and the Libero Theater as a possible inspiration, or at least in the same way. It was also suggested to look at pushing back, and at least some of the commissioners were in agreement with this, with pushing back that arcade so that it aligned with the City Hall instead of coming in front of it, if at all possible, or reasonably possible. Anything else in the arcade that I missed? All right, on to the interactive water feature. For one, try moving the interactive water feature towards the center, maybe perhaps centered on the Adobe wall. And it seems like there was a consensus on as long as the feature basically disappeared, it became a paving pattern, and was that the desire to have a water feature there was acceptable as long as when it was off, it was not seen, and with the potential to look at a fountain portion that rises above that could be sculptural and look good when it was turned off, as well as be safe and fine on the safety side of things, at least to look at it as a possibility. Anything else in the water feature, the interactive water feature? All right, on to public restrooms, to work with or try to work with, to look at with the building owners, the building owner who owns where the proposed restroom is against that wall that's against, to work with that owner to see if there's a solution for moving the restroom onto the other side, onto the plaza side of that building, and see if there's a potential solution for that. But at the same time, the commission also understands that that the restroom the location has been, they've tried very hard to fit it in the most ideal location and understand the constraints that they're under, and the various needs. Anything else? Public restrooms? All right. Underground trash enclosures, as long as when they are closed, they look like El Pueblo Viejo trash and dispensers, then we're fine with it aesthetically and functionally wherever they function best. Anything else with that? All right, surface materials. The general palette as proposed is looking good, and they're to be commended. One suggestion was one request was to look at the street in Spain and try to have its pattern run across in a more sort of direct way, where the street of Spain is extended in some manner. And we know that the material was already extended, but the street of Spain in particular accentuated. And I think that was it. Oh, and that the pattern, as shown, is turned on a 45 with a suggestion. And we look forward to seeing a more worked out paving pattern throughout the site. ADA is assumed throughout the site. The site's accessible, and we understand the concerns for some of the paving that is historic that doesn't meet ADA, and not using that, but using something similar that does meet ADA. Lighting is to be revised and to be discussed in greater detail at the next with the next hearing or the next workshop. And we're looking forward to it with the slightly revised layout of the plaza. Number 8, utilities. We understand that they're being set throughout, and we appreciate that. Stormwater management, similarly, we understand that adds constraints. Planting, there were the commission was in general accepted the we won't call it haphazard, we'll call it what was our terminology for it? Informal. Yeah, the informal layout of the trees as laid out, knowing that they will adjust with this new shift in the water feature. Some members would like it the edge a little bit crisp, a little bit more, or some the furthest out trees pushed into alignment a little more, or clumped back with the others a little more. But that was not the majority. The above ground planter was discussed for the trees, and there was some concern with them not being both historic and the use of them, but there was a general understanding of the desire to have color and artwork as part of it, and also to have larger planter bed areas as a way of softening the plaza.
And seating.
Yeah. So that's understood as a desire, but there was some concern with it from probably a minority, we can say. And then artwork, we understand that's going to be a whole entire discussion. We would be more or in favor of not having vertical art pieces, but keeping the art to flat surfaces or interactive areas, and not having strong vertical artwork. And then the last was the kiosk, and we're going to hold off on that for now, with knowing that they're putting the location in and plumbing for it for a further discussion later. That's a good summary. Miss anything?
Thank you.
All right.
And then
And
for
somehow my
next,
phone stayed alive.
for next steps, I think we would expect that this goes back to the subcommittee, goes back first to the design team and then subcommittee, and in the same way that this isn't a formal process. Okay, we got it. In the same way that it isn't this isn't a formal process here, then we'll sort of take into consideration and do our best. But again, we're just working together here, and I really truly on behalf of the committee to appreciate the time to work this through this discussion like this. I think this was very successful, and thank you. Are there any other? And Mr. Hamilton, I think you were on for a second, or yes.
Thank you, Chair Snedden, and to Chair Grumbine as well. I just wanted to thank you for summarizing those comments. I know that was a long list, so I appreciate your time there. And just wanted to thank you all for your time as well.
And thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So on behalf of all of us, I will say we are adjourned. Thank you.
Over and out.
Bye.